massage. The sound is on. I was like,
no.
where?
Let's find the
Good morning, everyone.
It might have been Miss Clearmo when trying to turn on her camera.
I unmute mine, right?
No, because we're using these.
Got that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that
Yep,
was me then.
We're good.
Okay, let's start it. Okay, call to order the licensing committee meeting. The time is
It's
9:06.
continuing education.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, not licensing.
We were just, excuse me here, started here. The February 17th, 2022 licensing committee, I'm sorry, CE committee meeting will now come to order. The time is 9:07. Just a few reminders to y'all. If you are listening to the meeting on a secondary device, such as a computer or a tablet, please mute it until it is your turn to speak. Please say your name before your verbal vote during the voting process to ensure a proper count. And then I will also announce the names of the board members when addressing them and on first and second motions. So I'd now like to read our mission statement of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. It is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. Ms. Nichols, would you please call the roll and confirm that there is a quorum to present?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Margot Melcher,
Present.
Dr. George Kirsch,
Present.
Dr. Linda Burke,
Present.
Ms. Lois Clearmo,
Present.
and Dr. David Yu.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Great. Thank you, Mrs. Nichols. Okay, the next item on the agenda is committee recommendation and possible action on continuing education pertaining to teledentistry. Mrs. Studdard, would you please lead discussion on this topic?
Thank you, Dr. Melcher. I just wanted to briefly introduce the rule. The applicable rule here is 104.2 about CE providers, which states that a provider who is interested in becoming an approved CE provider will need to submit an application form, which is also posted on the board's website. The provider will have an opportunity to appear and make a presentation to the board before the board determines whether to add the provider to its approved list. And with that, I'll open the floor to discussion.
Any discussion? Okay,
I'll talk.
sure. Dr. Yu.
Well, I think in terms of teledentistry, it's kind of a whole new landscape that we're inviting, so to speak. But I think, there are so many layers to teledentistry. Informed consent, what does pre-existing relationships mean? Scope of delegation, whether what's permissible, and really even just HIPAA concerns. So I do think that CE is incredibly important when someone's using the platform because our rules are rules and it has to be within the rules. And I think obviously HB 2056 doesn't specify that CE or teledentistry specifically CE is mandated with this, but I think a lot of the platforms already that whatever the dentist chooses to use has that infrastructure that helps educate them and helps them become compliant. But I think for the future we could look at it, but right now we just don't have enough data to say like, hey, this is what's needed out of the CE, this is how many hours are needed or whatever. So for now I think we have to kind of see what's out there and maybe have future people that teach it let us know what they do and whether they want to be a sort of a provider for that.
Dr. Kirch.
Yeah. Do we have another state that's doing teledentistry, and are they doing CEs in those states that we're aware of? Do we know?
I do know that Texas and New Hampshire were the last two holdouts to not have a teledentistry
Okay,
rule.
so-
So I think everybody's
So
doing it.
48,
Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay. Okay. Florida's doing it as well?
To my knowledge, yes.
Oh, okay.
And I think to follow up on your question is, so if that is the case, if we're the last of the few states left to have a teledentistry, is there a protocol or guidelines that maybe we could draft to foresee providers? Because I think if we sort of just leave it out there that y'all can come up with your own
CEO.
criteria, requirements, I think it's sort of going to go all over the place. I think if we have a little bit of guidance to provide them, that might be helpful.
Yes, and we actually do have some guidance in our rule about what the board reviews when reviewing providers. It has a list of criteria that we look at.
Okay. So as long as when they apply for this, when they go on the website to apply for this approval, maybe we have like a checklist on there too that says, does your CE consist of the following things? Something
Yeah.
like that.
That's something we could look into.
Any other discussion on this rule? Or on the concept of teledentistry? No? None?
I'm just trying to figure out how people would use teledentistry that's any different from any other thing we're doing. I mean, I know that hygienists are allowed to go into nursing homes and schools and make a set of services without a dentist seeing them first. So would that be part of teledentistry then? Only opening it up to more rural areas with a mobile unit?
Not really,
And
because
then we already
when the
have
hygienist
rules.
goes into they're
Schools and-
physically seeing and looking at the patient.
Well, as I'm saying,
Right.
that would be the side of teledentistry then, where they would be taking the x-rays and sending them in that space and time. So then when you talk about, is it just gonna be for emergency uses for people? I mean, I know telemedicine, they use that for people that are out on the oil rigs and stuff, because obviously they can't necessarily
Get
plug
in
it
and-
all the
right,
time.
right.
But I'm trying to figure out what's different with teledentistry than anything else that we're doing.
Yeah,
Other than
it'll
the purview of it. And if that's the case, the CE might follow however they're using teledentistry.
That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, it's my understanding that it's meant to be a tool in a practitioner's toolbox.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay,
For triaging patients and
okay.
but I do think the point you're making is that once we flush out our teledentistry rule, it'll
Right.
be easier to decide what type of education is most helpful for our license.
Right.
We don't even have a rule.
Right.
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 We're this
Putting the
close. Right.
Cart before the horse.
Right. But it's a good conversation to have about what type of education is out there already.
Yeah, and also,
Dr. Yu?
and also just kind of making sure that the platforms are in compliance with the rules.
Yes.
So I think, I think a prudent dentist would probably want to use the platforms that are available, because that way they are inherently, following the rules rather than kind of doing it themselves, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous. And I think it's, a good idea to kind of see what the platforms are doing, eventually.
Right.
And they'll get the appropriate credit should they be audited if they take a course through one of the approved providers. So,
And I think for future, as we get this implementation of this teledentistry, I think having a checklist, having the platform, that so they are staying pretty much on the same path. People aren't sort of going off in different directions. I think that's sort of our guidance as a Texas State Board, is that we should have these things in place for them before it even
Yeah.
gets going.
And if
Business.
if somebody wants to become a provider, if they apply to be a CE provider, that organization or that group would have to come to this committee and ultimately the board for approval first. So you all would be vetting them.
Would it be us to come up with the guidelines, or is that something we would leave to our legal counsel to do that?
So,
As far as like the checklist is what I'm talking about.
like to kind of just review it to make sure they follow all the
Correct.
guidelines
Yes.
before taking it to the committee.
Mhm.
Yeah, we would look at it
Okay,
and then we would make a recommendation, I think, in that situation.
so then possibly, once this is implemented, we would ask if y'all have a proposal of a checklist that we
Yeah.
could
Mhm.
approve.
Okay.
Okay, does that sound good to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that an action item for the board staff?
We have, I mean, the rule has a checklist in it. If you want something more detailed than what's already in the rule, that's something we need to
I'm
know.
just envisioning it on the application, that when they're
Oh,
filling it
okay,
out, that they
okay.
check those boxes.
Do we need to wait for the rule to be written before we can come up with this? Or
If you just,
probably, right?
yeah, if you just want it
So we can
specifically for
follow-
teledentistry,
okay,
we can,
okay.
But just something that they have that's in mind, that, this is just something to include as they revise this application.
okay.
Right.
Yeah, because then
This
you'd already,
teledentistry.
you
Yeah.
would have something already there when it gets passed. It's like, and this, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
almost kind of working on them simultaneously.
Mhm.
So we've had discussion about the CE pertaining to teledentistry. I'm not really sure we have anything to provide a motion for, right?
Right.
No,
Other than just going.
No action
just-
item.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Right. Any other further discussion? We'll go on to the next item on the agenda, which is a committee recommendation and possible action on human trafficking prevention courses approved by the Health and Human Services Commission. Ms. Nichols, would you lead us in discussion?
Yes, ma'am. So at the December 2021 board meeting, the committee asked me to reach out to the Health and Human Services Commission to see who was the best contact person to report issues with the human trafficking courses that are available on their website. I did reach out to HHSC and was put in touch with Brandy Solis. She is a program specialist and with the Human Trafficking Resource Center, and she has been extremely helpful. And she's already been able to assist us with one course that we reported to her. It was the one that you brought to my attention, and they were able to update their list and make sure it was listed correctly on the HHSC website as being a provider for dental, the dental community. And again, she's been very helpful and informative. So they will also accept applications at the Texas Human Trafficking Resource Center if someone would like to become an HHSC approved provider. And the link is available on their website.
They have a
So
lot of courses. I look, yeah, they've got a
They
lot
do.
of courses, especially for dentists as well and hygienists. I did
Yes.
look at that. Yeah.
yes, and I uploaded the PDF to show you that she updated the information based on the report we made. So the uploaded version in your board documents is their most recent version.
And now we get credit for it. You get 1, 2, or 3 hours, and I think the fees were $45, $15.
Yeah.
something like that.
And there's some free
Range.
ones too,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I've heard that the free ones aren't great. So.
Yeah.
And was the Texas General Dentist Association, what's their full name?
The TG.
Yes, yes. They offer a free course for dentists and hygienists, and you don't have to be a member of their organization.
That's HHSC approved.
It is HHSC approved. And in fact, that was what Dr. Melcher pointed out to me, was that they were not listed correctly on the HHSC website. They are now. And so they are an approved provider, and their course is free to anyone, even if you're not a member of their society or group.
Who was that?
Just messed up
The
the name.
Academy.
TAGD.
TAG.
Oh, okay, the Texas Academy.
Yes. My apologies to TAG if you're watching. So yes, they have a course, and it's been vetted and approved by HHSC, and it's on their website.
Dr. Yu.
Well, I think it's important for us, all licensees, to remember that, it includes hygienists, assistants, dentists, all of them, that they have to take a course through HHSC. That's by statute 2059, HB 2059. So just a reminder of that. And because I know we've had, other entities give the same courses in human trafficking, but it can't count. So just want to bring that up.
In response to your statement, is there a way that we could maybe put a friendly reminder on our website that states that could, to make sure that it is an approved course from HHSC?
On there, right?
But I'm just saying like a little, how we did that fraud alert, little thing that came out on the web on our email the other day. And just periodically.
Would a newsletter reminder be helpful? Because it is on the website. If you go to the human trafficking link on our website, it does say to make sure you take an HHSC approved provider and then a link to their website. But I think a good reminder might be in the newsletter.
Okay.
Is there something on the CE certificate that has to be there when you take one of those courses?
I think, I don't know what the actual certificates look like, but I know that Christine and her team will look and make sure it's one of the approved providers.
Trying to envision what it might look like.
I know.
I had noticed as I was going through their website of all the courses, some of them say no CE, but yet, so again, it's up to us if we want to use it as a CE, but as long as they've taken the course to show verification, that still would work. But I think it's a little confusing because when I see no CE, that makes me think.
Does it count towards our 12 hours?
If you take a course that is not an HHSC approved human trafficking course, it may count towards your general hours. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Christine, but it's not going to meet your human trafficking requirement unless you take one of their approved.
Just like
courses.
CPR, we take CPR, but yet we don't get credit for it. We have to do that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's a separate.
Right. Okay. All right.
So I think for me, when I saw that no CE, then I thought, oh, well, I'm not going to take this course. I'm going to look for one
Right,
that I'm
yeah.
going to have to pay for.
Yeah,
or,
Exactly.
free.
Exactly.
Because it didn't really say who didn't get the CE for it. It just says.
It's just
no
an all
CE.
the kind of healthcare providers.
Right.
So when I think of healthcare, I encompass medical, dental, everyone.
But if they approve the course, then how can they say it's not gonna count?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was a little.
I don't know,
confused.
because
That's something we probably need to ask.
many different license boards, licensings, commissions have to take this course. So I don't, it could be something unrelated to the medical field. I don't know.
So do we just ignore that?
I mean, please don't take the one that's not going to give you.
Yeah, I wouldn't take.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
don't
Take-
take the one that's.
There's one for dentists and hygienists. That they
Right.
give you the CEs.
Right.
And at a recent conference, a question was brought to Dr. Melcher's attention about why, if I took a course already out of state or with a different practitioner, does it not count? Because statutorily, it has to be a course through HHSC. That's why.
Dr. Yu, did you have a question? Her comment.
Maybe look at the statute HB 2059, but I think it counts for ethics, HHSC.
Was it, or was it, man, I thought it was like a management, maybe the risk.
I think it was ethics.
Yeah, it was something that it was applicable to some component of our C requirements. I can't remember which one it was.
Diane Rhodes has a comment to make about human trafficking. Would you like to take it now or during public comment?
Let's just see if there's any other questions.
Any other?
So I think then going forward from the website that they have is just, our recommendation would be take the one that does not, that
Gives you
if
CEs.
you want to take the one that gives you a CE versus that time.
And staff will make a note to include an update in the newsletter and then make sure it's clear on our website that people are taking the right.
Great, okay, thank you. All right, any further discussion from here from the committee? Okay, if not, I understand we have a public member that would like to make a comment on human trafficking. Would you step up to the podium, to the microphone, please? Good morning, if you'll
Morning.
state your name and your affiliation with.
I don't think your mic is working, but hi, good morning. I'm Diane Rhodes with the Texas Dental Association. I just have a question about the human trafficking CE. pardon me, sorry, my voice is very hoarse today. It was our understanding that dentists and hygienists that took an HHSC approved human trafficking course could apply those hours toward risk management. I just want to make sure that that is in fact correct.
Yeah, that's correct. It could be applied according to our rule. That would be fine. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? All right, we'll go on to the next item of business. Committee recommendation and possible action on the dental concierge program. Ms. Nichols, would you please lead us in discussion on this?
Yes, so Donovan Osio, I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly.
That's right.
Are you ready for us? And then Dr. Gerlach, is it Gerlach?
Yes,
Okay.
Dr. Golderlach.
Yes, he should be virtually participating with you, right?
Yes, correct. He should be in the waiting room.
Okay.
I just need the hotspot and the link to join. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Didn't you see the Zoom? Like, so much. Just make sure you join with no audio. Yeah, I've got it muted. And on here to don't allow. Passcode is this one's. Screen share now. It's yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. I believe Dr. Gerlach, Bill Gerlach is going to be joining us via Zoom. And okay, perfect. And I think he wanted to do an introduction. My name is Donovan Osio. I'm with the Texas Dental Association, and I'm here today to discuss the TDA Dental Concierge Program with you.
Well, good morning, and thank you for making time for the Texas Dental Association and our new initiative this morning. My name is Bill Gerlach. I'm a dentist in Plano, past president of the Texas Dental Association, and I've had the pleasure of chairing this initiative. TDA embarked on a journey 3 years ago to understand what our members were struggling with and how to help them. Developing a think tank, the process led to compliance issues, particularly that of navigating state board rules and regulations. From idea to form, from idea to form, including 2 rounds of beta testing, we launched an app known as Dental Concierge just 3 days ago. We had over 300 dentists sign up in the first 24 hours. Dental Concierge will help dentists track the CE you completed and show you what you lack get high quality courses you need at low cost, allow you to download course certificates from courses taken elsewhere, and easily transfer information to the state board to comply with its auditing process. So with that, I'm going to have Mr. Osio continue on, and then I'll conclude with a few remarks. So Donovan?
Thanks, Dr. Gerlach. So again, it's led by TDA members that were showing a need for being able to track CE, understanding the different types of CE and where they would apply. So whenever you go on, you'll be able to create an account. If you're a member, it's a complimentary part of the membership dues. And if you are not, we have a small fee of $9.99 per month. And that will allow people to be able to create their account. So I'll just kind of walk everybody through this really quickly. You would go into login or register. In this case, we'll just do a quick check. And it'll essentially go through and show you what you lack, what you still need, any information that's required for that particular area. So for instance, with technical or scientific, we've got the explanation of what is required there and what would fit into that category. You can take different actions such as finding courses. You can also upload courses that you've taken outside of the ecosystem. So if you go to a conference or convention, you just upload your PDF right into the course and it'll automatically populate it wherever you ask it to. And at the end of the day, the goal is that whenever your license period comes to an end, for instance, this one is set up for February 23rd, 2022, you would know what you're still missing, or as you come up to it. You can also add in reminders. So 6 months out of your licensure renewal, you can say you still need these classes and it'll send you text messages, emails, or whichever one you prefer. If you don't like either one of those, it'll come up as a badge in your app. So the goal again is to help Texas dentists and in the near future, hygienists and dental assistants stay current with the courses that they're required to have in order to renew their license and to help them stay up to date with the most important information for their job. Yes.
Do you manually download your certificate after you're done with your class in PDF form or whatever? You just put it down, and so if we ever board ever audits a dentist, you can go and print them up and send them.
Yeah, that's right. So if you hit the little download button up here on the top right, it'll get all of your information for you in an easy to read format that you can then transfer over. Our goal is to work with y'all's third-party vendor to create an API that would actually automatically transfer everything over to them, which would help facilitate the audit process. But that's going to come in a later iteration of the product.
And you said it's $9.99 a month for this?
Yes,
Non-members.
for non-members.
Non-members.
Correct. And then for hygienists and assistants, we are currently pricing it at $4.99. This is a brand new product, so there may be some flexibility in there as to what we end up charging.
It's a free service for your members, correct?
Correct.
We will be available to hygienists and assistants probably within about 2 to 3 months. Donovan, you want me to conclude?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Doctor, you had a question.
Keep going. No.
Pardon me.
You may answer it. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, okay. Well, I have a question. So I know you can search classes through this. Are they all SERP? I mean, what kind of courses are in this?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Or is it just through TDA or ADA or whatever?
Yeah, they're all going to be SERP approved classes because they're being put on by the TDA. So the TDA just renewed their SERP agreement with the ADA. And so that's what all these courses that we put on here would fall under.
And so what if I was a provider, like a course director, how do I get on that list?
Yeah, if currently the process is that our meetings planner, meeting director would go in and contract that person. We'd decide what courses would fit within the mold of this product, and then we would get them to record it. All of the classes are either live in person as a recording with a chat on the side as a function for questions that come in, or they're on demand. So if you wanted to become a provider that gave a class, you could choose to do the on demand, or you could choose to do the live in person.
I think this is a great benefit, through the perks program. And I love how TDA has a lot of these kind of benefits too. So kudos to you guys for developing this. I signed up myself, And, so far it looks really good. My only concern also is, and I know our board rules I don't want to get into the weeds, but like, for instance, if you take an opioid course, it should count as, you could auto-populate it as a controlled substance requirement, but it also can count as scientific and technical, right? So does it double the number of hours, or how does that work?
So courses that are taken within the ecosystem are run internally to make sure that whatever they actually apply towards will automatically populate into those areas. But if you take a course outside of the ecosystem, when you upload your PDF, you will be responsible for applying it correctly into the areas that you wanted to count towards.
Well, I'm just worried, like, let's say you do 4 hours, then it'll say you have 8 hours if you put it in 2 boxes, you know what I mean?
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's actually, so the backend algorithm will actually correctly sort those. So if you do it, if you take a course internally and it is 4 hours, it'll apply the 4 hours correctly across whatever areas that it needs to go towards.
So by the same token, anesthesia, because, we're required to do 8 or 12 hours depending on your level. But that shouldn't count for, the technical CE. It should count just for anesthesia.
Correct. And so when we put in those classes, so for instance, if we were to offer an anesthesia course in this system, we would dictate where those hours would go so that when you complete that class, it's automatically going in there. It won't go into the wrong ones.
So they're not overlapping.
Yes, correct. Yeah. And that's whenever we upload a class, we actually dictate where it's going to go. And that way we ensure that it's not getting into the wrong buckets.
Okay.
And what about like excess hours? Because, you can carry forward up to 24 hours. And does that kind of track that for you for the next round of licensing?
Absolutely. So if you come up here to license period, that's why we allow an unlimited number of license periods so that you can actually track your coursework from before and you'll still have access to it. So once your license period is over, it's still going to be saved in your account. So you can actually go in and pull all that documentation as well to apply it to the new license period if you so choose.
Between live courses and on demand.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Thank you.
My pleasure.
So what does the program do? Say, because you were saying that it automatically applies to where it's needed to, you need CEs. Yeah, so what if you needed 3 hours of scientific and I still needed 3 hours of opioid? Which one does it put it in?
If you take an opioid class, it'll go into, in terms of inside of the system. Yeah, we'll give you options that you'll pick which one it'll satisfy.
Okay, so.
Yeah, but it'll tell you though, these are the only options that you can have. So it won't do both of them. For instance, you'll have to choose the one that you wanted to apply towards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does your program also track CPR and all of those other types of things that we're required to take kind of underneath that section?
Yes, it does. So human trafficking, basic life support. We worked with actually Ms. Rhodes quite closely through this whole process and ensured that everything was on here. The one area that we're currently looking at adding is obstructive sleep apnea for the doctors who do offer that. One of the other benefits that we do include in here is you can add objectives. So if you wanted to add an objective, you can pick, for instance, your OSHA requirement or your HIPAA requirements, because those don't technically count towards your license renewal, but obviously you still need to maintain that coursework. So you would go in, add it, you can create your own license or which license period you want to put into hours, and then you can also create your reminders. So you can add in any additional coursework that you would want to take.
It's very similar to the Academy of General Dentistry.
Yeah, correct.
They've been doing it for many, many years. Yeah. And I'm glad TDA is doing this. There are a lot of dentists who aren't members of AGD that need to do this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just have one question also, but just because I'm not real IT savvy. So you said we'd probably have to work with a third-party vendor to make sure that we can transfer over hours, right, for credit with the state board, but that would not come at a cost to the agency. I mean, that would be something on y'all's end. And is that a one-time thing, or is that something that is ongoing that third-party vendor is constantly going to have to be a part of this process? I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's a good question. So when we build the API from the system to y'all's third-party vendor, that we would pay for that. They just give us the code and build it in. And so if there's ever an IT update that they do on there, and then we would have to go in and update our product to be able to make sure to get it over to them. It wouldn't be on them, it's on us.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Does that conclude your?
I think that Dr. Gerlach had a couple of closing remarks, but that concludes my portion of it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, y'all. Great questions. So we feel that, Donovan already went through the pricing on this, and we want this to be very inclusive and very approachable from a cost standpoint, whether you're a member or not, an assistant or a hygienist, et cetera. And we feel that this is a win for the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners on a couple of levels. First of all, it's a mechanism for all dentists to stay current with the state board rules and regulations. By doing so, we feel the quality of statewide patient care can only elevate, as every dentist is expected to comply, yet will now have the ease of full compliance and therefore full and timely education. And the second thing is dental concierge can help automate the state board auditing process and or license renewal process through simplification. So we see a lot of downstream benefits as we all become increasingly familiar with the functionality of this app. So with that, we'll certainly entertain any other questions or comments, but just want to thank you all for your time and all the work that you all do on behalf of the citizens of Texas.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And then, okay, this concludes.
Thank you very much, ladies and
Thank you for
gentlemen.
your time. Thank
Okay, take care.
you. Some just information. All right, we're going to go on to the next agenda item, which is committee recommendation and possible action on presentation provided by CE Zoom.
And Ms. Sarah Thiel is here from CE Zoom, and then Melissa Barbara should be available. Okay, great. We can let her in whenever we're ready.
I brought some printouts. It might be easier to just, if you let me into the room, I can just share my screen if possible.
And she's
I didn't bring enough.
yesterday, which was uploaded today.
What's that? Oh, the Wi-Fi. I was just connected to my hotspot.
You and stakeholder.
That way, well, actually, yeah, if you, sorry.
Okay.
I unconnected. I'll do that
Okay.
if that's easier.
It, to the Zoom meeting. Sorry, I didn't know you had a hotspot.
No, I was just trying to make it faster. But you know what? That'll actually
way.
be easier. This is Zoom. Why did, oh, I have Google Meets for some reason. Hang on. Sorry, hold on one second.
TDA.
Okay, I don't know where does somebody have the link? Can you just send me the link real quick? Like airdrop it? Okay, just kidding. Melissa sent it to me. Thank you, Melissa. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Hold on, let me make sure I've got, let me share my screen real quick. Okay, you all should have received a packet from Melissa. I don't know if you've read it or not, or if you have any questions about that, but I'm going to keep it short. That's why we sent that over, because I know I only have a couple minutes here. Let me share my screen.
Our microphone working up there? Is that gonna mess with the audio? Okay.
All right.
It's cute.
Okay, I'm just going to share it from this PDF just so it's easier and faster. Okay, so in this presentation, you're going to learn what makes CE Zoom different than any competitor out there, which we just heard from Dental Concierge. Benefits of CE Zoom, CE provider and course approval process, compliance and auditing, our state-specific CE tracker. It's going to kind of feel like a repeat almost, but there's a lot more to it, I promise. And then what we can do as far as helping out the dental board. I have met with y'all. This is probably my 4th time presenting before you. I don't know if some of you remember. I know Lois, I know her from examining, but so CE Zoom is the most powerful CE compliant solution on the market. Within the walls of one unique cloud-based system, licensees can obtain, track, and manage their individual CE compliance. Educators and CE providers can simplify their course delivery and accreditations. And then state and regulating bodies can also effortlessly and efficiently complete a 100% audit on their licensees, as well as manage any approved provider approvals, expirations, and renewals. And to our knowledge, there is no system that is this robust that can do everything I've just discussed at this time. The benefits of CE Zoom, it was conceptualized and created with one goal in mind, and that was to revolutionize continuing education. For those of you who don't know me, I am a dental hygienist, and I've been practicing in dentistry for over 20 years. And the reason I created this was because I had my own issues with CE and compliance and trying to stay compliant within my state. And then realizing all the issues, like especially the beginning of this meeting, learning about how all this happens inside. I was on the New Mexico State Dental Board for about 5 years and helped with the licensing on that department. And it's interesting, you guys are thinking about putting CE towards human trafficking, which is great, or not human trafficking, I'm sorry, teledentistry. And Lois had some great questions because she's right. I mean, everything you're doing in teledentistry should be the same thing you're doing in practice, maybe just a little bit more on your own. So you should understand maybe diagnosing a little bit better or helping with that. But as far as the CE comes or goes, you guys accept AGD PACE, ADA CERP, and all of those. So if an AGD PACE provider decides they're going to teach this teledentistry course, you won't actually ever meet with them because they're already approved. So think about that. I just kind of wanted to throw that suggestion out there. If you do want to make sure that you're vetting all these teledentistry presenters, I would write that into the rules when you're doing it. Because if not, any AGD PACE or ADA CERP provider can just go give that course without having to ever meet you guys, if that makes sense. But so the benefits of CE Zoom is everything's in one place. Everything for the licensee, everything for the CE provider, even for the state auditing and regulating board, if they would like that. Today, from my understanding, you guys were kind of trying to figure out a way to manage any approved providers that come in. Like if somebody came in and if you did enact the teledentistry course, how are you going to keep track of that person, their approvals, to make sure that they keep renewing and they are good to give this course? We do offer a service like that inside of CE Zoom right now. And so it's very simple. I kind of wrote it out. It's a lot of words, so I'm just going to try and explain it a little bit. They just fill out an application. It gets submitted to the regulating body. This is all within CE Zoom. So the CE provider goes in, they fill out the application. That comes to you all or whoever's approving these courses. It could be multiple people, depending on however many people have to check it off. They submit their CV, why they're allowed to teach this course. They submit the PowerPoint. They submit sign any affidavits of authenticity or anything you might need to be able to approve this. And in the meantime, you're getting all of this and you can start going through and checking and saying, yes, 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 this is good. And if you have a question for them, you can simply just send it right back through the portal. Hey, I need a clear image of your PowerPoint. It didn't pop up right, or whatever you may need. So you can communicate with the presenter back and forth without having to email and and every person that's on that committee can see what's going on. So there's no question. And then once it's approved, you can set the dates of how long it's approved for, 2-3 years, what it's approved under. So people know, like when they come to the site to look and see if it's approved for the state, they know, okay, it's approved under this. And as long as the CE certificate says that, we're good to go. And then about 3 months before it's time to renew, or their course is about to expire, it'll alert the CE provider and say, hey, do you want to resubmit this? And it's just kind of an automated process. And then you just go through it again. They submit everything, you check it off, and there they go. Very simple. And what's great about that is if they're using CE Zoom to do that, now they've got the course in there. If the presenter would like, they can just pop the link out to anybody that wants to take the course. Now it's all being taken inside of CE Zoom. So you who are reviewing this can see records, who's taken it. That's about all you're going to be able to see is who took it and when they took it, because that's really all you need. You already know this course is approved because you approved it. And then if the state regulating body, if the Texas Dental Board did decide to use CE Zoom ever in the future to do an audit, now that professional is 100% pre-audited because it's come completely through the whole system. And
What's the fee for this?
so for the professional, it's $8 a month. And if you have multiple licenses, we're in all 50 states. We track all CE based off of every single state's rules and regs for every dental professional, hygienist, dentist, assistant, lab tech, consultant. They need that in some states. So it's $8 a month for the dentist, hygienist, and assistant, or they can pay $64 a year, which brings that down to, I don't know, I'm not very good at math, like $6 a month. If they want to take all the courses that the state requires, then we call that our YTP package. They can upgrade to your total package, and they can take all the courses that they have to have as well. And that is $195 a year for 20. We provide all the courses, and we do have a human trafficking course that we run through the state. We're not approved, we joint approved with someone, but we are in the process of getting that. We also have opioids. We have all the courses you guys require. And what's great about that, so I heard checklists and all of that paper, like how are we going to figure out who did it, are they approved? It's all within CE Zoom. So if they're approved, they're in there. We've got approved providers set up. So, and it tracks against that approved provider. So CPR, I believe it has to be American Heart Association or American Red Cross. So it does that. Like if it wasn't taken by either of those, it won't count. Human trafficking, if it wasn't approved by the federal government, I don't remember the abbreviations of that. Yeah, then it won't count. And then we also do track the CPR. It's required, but doesn't count for CE. We do that. We have rollovers. We roll over your hours. And I believe you have a jurisprudence or ethics course that's every 3 or 4 years. It's on a random schedule.
Will that change now depending on anesthesia, what level you are in anesthesia?
Okay.
Yes. It's every 5 years.
Yeah, so it'll track that as well based off of when you actually took it according to what the state laws are. I had another thought. Yes, ma'am.
So I was thinking, because you mentioned that this is national.
Yeah.
And since every state has different criteria, do you find that challenging? Is there issues versus, an individual is trying to log on? What is the user friendliness of it?
Sure, that's a great question. We have 170,000 users that use us for this. And we are launching a brand new site in about 3 weeks, which will be every bell and whistle you could think of. What I've talked to you about today, though, that is already in existence and running. So I'm not selling anything that we don't physically have that you can't go sign up for right now. But in a couple of weeks, you're going to have way more options.
And how long have y'all been in existence?
7 years. Lois?
Congratulations, that's a great business.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, because I thought y'all have a phone app too, don't you?
Yep.
Yes, which is something else that's really nice as well. Okay, I'm a little bit, I understand what all your company can do and everything. So are you asking us for permission to be a CE provider in Texas? Or are you just offering the services?
Well, really why I came, Melissa, she's our regulation specialist who's on Zoom. She listens to every single state board's minutes and reads she's crazy. I don't know why you even would want to do that, but she's really good at it. And she saw that you guys were trying to figure out a solution for how are you going to keep track of these approved providers. So that's really why I'm here today. But I had to kind of give like the backstory so you understood how it all runs together. If you want to use just that service, that's optional. Like you can do that. And I don't have a price for that at the moment because we've been using it internally to manage our AGD. That's how we handle our people. And so we're just going to bring it public facing, which isn't hard. And then as far as like connecting to the state board, we can also do an API and connect same ways. And then, but we also don't have to. We do have an actual auditing department on our system for the state that they can log in. You can say, I want to audit 5%. It pulls all those people over and then you can go through it. Several people can look through it. The whole system process is very simple. Or if you are using our CE provider approval, everything's running through here. You don't have to audit it all. It's done for you.
Well, that's what I mean. I can see your company being something like another provider that we approve, much like we do the American Dental Association or the Texas Dental Association or any of those.
And we have AGD PACE approval.
Right.
So that's allowed in the state of Texas.
It is.
So we go off of that. But like I said, we've applied to get our human trafficking approval and opioids and everything else we can cover with our AG PACE.
It's meant to be informational.
Right.
And for the committee and also any stakeholders listening too, because the CEs that they're offering, most of them, it sounds like, are already ones that we would accept.
Right.
So if somebody was using their program and were to be audited by us, we would just get the transcript and they could send it over and we'd say thank you and look at it. And so it's informational.
Yep, exactly.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Next agenda item, any public comments?
We have gone through everybody who requested to speak to this committee.
Great. Any comments, discussion, anything else from our committee? If not, then I will take a motion to adjourn our meeting.
So moved.
Dr. Kirch made the motion. Dr. Kirch.
Okay.
And then seconded by Ms. Palermo. All those in favor, say aye or raise your hand. Any opposed? None? Okay, our conclusion of our meeting is 9:58. Thank you all so much.
Good job.
Good job. Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Yep. 2022 Licensing Committee meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order, and the time is 10:12. If you're listening to the meeting on a secondary device like a computer or tablet, please mute it until it's your turn to speak. Please say your name before your verbal vote during the voting process to ensure a proper count. And I will also announce the names of board members when addressing them and on first and second motions. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. And Ms. Nichols, will you do the roll call for us.
Yes,
please.
sir. Dr. George Kirsch,
Present.
Ms. Lori Jones,
Present.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado.
Here.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
Present.
Ms. Lois Palermo,
Here.
Dr. David Yu.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Okay, our first item is committee recommendation and possible action on request for exception to board rule on 2022 Q3-DDS1. Is he here?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
And Ms. Mendez will give you all the summary before we hear from him, if that's what you'd like. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. Ms. Mendez, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
You
Okay, good morning. Yes, good morning, board members. On January 25th, 2022, applicant submitted an application for dental licensure by examination and board staff determined the applicant was ineligible. The board staff is deferring applicant to the licensing committee for an exception to board rule 101.2C2. Dr. Hayek applied for licensure by exam. Upon review of Dr. Hayek's application, it was discovered that Dr. Hayek did not complete the clinical examination administered by Northeast Regional Board within the last 5 years. It was completed on April 10th, 2016.
Dr. Hayek is available if the committee would like to speak.
Okay, yep, perfect, great. Welcome, Dr. Hayek.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for having me.
You have any questions for him, Dr. Neal?
Sure.
Go ahead, please.
Hi there, sir. This is Dr. McNeil. I'm an oral maxillofacial surgeon. Can you just let us know what you've been doing in the past 1 year timeframe clinically?
Yeah, the last year or so, or a year and a half now, I've been served as a senior oral and maxillofacial surgery resident. I'm currently the chief resident of my program, including duties in the operating room, inpatient floors, as well as the clinic and emergency rooms, taking care of patients.
In your residency, is it a 4-year, 5-year, 6-year residency?
It is a 6-year MD integrated residency.
Okay, terrific. I have no further questions.
Question.
Dr. Maldonado.
So my question is, your license where you're currently in school, that's just a provisional license?
Correct. The Connecticut general statutes essentially grant trainees a trainee license only. This is run through the Department of Public Health. It is not done through the dental board, and they don't require us, nor do they seem to encourage us in any way to get a license, essentially providing protections to the residents in training as well as our programs.
And do you know what the rules are in that state as far as the time frame when a person should obtain their license?
There's, it looks like based off my review, there's no look back, 5-year look back or anything like that in the state of Connecticut.
Now, he did pass the NERB exam.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So, he's only 9 months.
Right.
Beyond that statute.
I was just curious to
Yeah,
find out,
yeah, okay.
what the process is, if there's a waiting time in that state.
Right. Okay.
Not from knowledge.
Oh, Dr. Yu, sorry.
So Dr. Hayek, okay, so you want to come to Texas because you got accepted into like a cleft palate fellowship in El Paso, right? Is that the plan? Are you planning to stay in Texas afterwards?
Correct. No, at this time, my plan is to bring a little bit of Texas elsewhere in the country afterwards.
Appealing to the Texas.
Yeah.
But are you required to have the license to be a part of this program?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion if there's no further questions for this individual. I move that our board accepts the request for exception to board rules for DDS candidate 2022-Q3-DDES1.
Any further discussion?
Just one question, probably for Ms. Mendez.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Can he qualify for a provisional license going through a fellowship in El Paso or not?
Well, the provisional license that we offer historically has only been issued for licensees coming in from another state who have been displaced either by hurricane or some other event, natural disaster. We've never looked at it as far as for temporary purposes. But he did mention it for the purpose of being in the school. We do offer the exception tracking number for dental interns and students who are there at a school and need a number in order to provide or to prescribe controlled substances.
So my discussion point on this is as follows. I remember approximately 6 months ago, when we changed our rules and the 5-year rule was being questioned, I actually made a motion to change that number so we wouldn't be in this situation. And I was assured that we wouldn't be in this situation. So now we're in this situation. And it negatively impacts OMS residents like this individual who it's a 6-year program. Some actually do PhDs and then it turns into a little bit longer than that. So, this, in my opinion, is an appropriate thing that we should be doing.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion by Dr. McNeil and a second by Ms. Palermo to,
Jones.
oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Jones, sorry, to exception for board rule for Dr. Hayek. Yeah, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, it is unanimous.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so Dr. Hayek, this is a recommendation coming from the licensing committee. It will be presented to the full board tomorrow with the recommendation to approve your request. You don't have to appear, but you're welcome to come and speak to the full board tomorrow as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Have a good day, everyone.
You too. Okay. Committee recommendation and possible action request for exception to board rule for 2022-Q3-RDH1.
Ms. Mendez will lead that discussion.
Okay, and Ms. Mendez, can you please lead us in this discussion as well?
Yes, sir. The applicant submitted an application for dental hygienist licensure by examination. Board staff determined the applicant was ineligible. Board staff is deferring the applicant to the licensing committee for the exception to board rule 103.2B2. Ms. Amina Ballard applied for licensure by exam on December 2nd, 2021. Upon review of the application, it was discovered Ms. Ballard did not complete the clinical examination administered by Northeast Regional Board within the last 5 years. She actually completed on April 29th, 2016. Based on board rule, we couldn't approve it, and Ms. Ballard has submitted a request for an exception to board rule.
Kind of the same situation that
Yeah.
we just did. Is Ms. Ballard available for comment? And I know she's got a different circumstance as well. She's coming here for treatment for her son.
I'm hoping it's all the same person. There's 3 of them that are labeled as Ballard, so.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Ballard.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
Okay. I tried to change my name.
And I just want to add, board members, while we're waiting for her to show video, is that she was actually trying to get in on the agenda for the December board meeting, and she missed the deadline by a couple of days. So it was just wanted to put it out there. So it wasn't as long as it would appear.
Really 5 years and 6 months. Okay.
I also called in by phone because I could not change the Zoom meeting name.
Okay. Is it okay if you just talk to her by phone?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, we'll just speak to you by phone. You can stop the Zoom, whatever other device you have in the background, we can hear it. We can just turn.
Okay. I'm trying to. But you can still hear me over the phone, so I can just disconnect this one.
Yes,
ma'am. Okay. Leave me. I apologize for this.
We are accustomed to technical difficulties. That's much better. We can hear you right now.
Okay, so you can hear me correctly.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. Okay. My name is Amina Ballard, and I was requesting that my license be granted here in Texas under special circumstances. I recently moved to the state of Texas for a clinical trial for my son. He has sickle cell anemia, and there's a life-saving clinical trial here that accepts his age group that they did not do in Ohio, where I live and where I'm registered as a hygienist. Unfortunately, I have not been a hygienist for 5 years, so I cannot apply by credentials. So the only way I could apply would be by exam. I contacted the board in May of 2021 via email, and they told me that, I cannot transfer my license to the state of Texas, and reverted me back to the website, which I then tried to go on the website, but I didn't understand if I was supposed to apply by a new hire or by a license renewal. I just didn't understand, and no one ever got back with me. I've been going back and forth with the board. A couple of times I did attach the emails with everything when I sent in my forms, but unfortunately the first time it did get sent back because I didn't check the right box, so I didn't know what box to check because I didn't qualify for either. That's why I'm asking for special consideration from the board. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes. Ms. Ballard,
Okay, all right.
you return back
Yes.
to Ohio after the trial, or are you going to stay here in Texas?
I plan to stay here in Texas.
You do?
So I
Okay.
plan to stay here. Yeah, I don't plan to go back to Ohio, no.
Okay.
So we just moved last month. And yeah, I relocated. So yes, I do plan to stay here after the trial. I do not plan to go back to Ohio, no.
Okay. Dr. Yu?
Ms. Ballard, I think we understand your situation, and we're sorry about your son. Can you fill in some blanks for me? Because you graduated hygiene in 2013 and 2016, but what were you doing between 2013 to 19?
Just taking care of my son and trying to accomplish the board. So I graduated, I had my son 10 days after I graduated hygiene school. He was born with the disease that I mentioned earlier, and I had no idea that he was going to be born with a debilitating disease. So we spent a lot of days in the hospital, a lot of months in the hospital. It was just hard trying to financially pay for the board. I had to retake the clinical board before, even though I passed it because it had expired when I had to take the reading board. I've also taken the board while he was in the intensive care unit, which I passed. But it was a struggle because my son had a debilitating disease. So financially paying for the board a couple of times, it took me longer than expected, but I never gave up. And I finally passed everything and paid for all of my boards, and I finally got my license in 2019. And I love what I do, and actually works with my schedule with having a child with a disability, because I can work through a temp agency. So when I'm not available to go to work, and I am in the hospital, that does not count against me or my fellow coworkers. But yeah, I really love dental hygiene. This is kind of my life. I love talking to my patients and educating them. I feel like I'm an asset to the office. I can also empathize with my patients if they have a medical condition or things of that nature. And yeah, this is how I take care of my family. And I really love what I do. Yeah.
Ms. Ballard, have you been for the last 3 years full-time?
No, I have not.
You
No,
have
I
not?
have not. So I was laid off in 2019 due to coronavirus. There was no child care available. I'm also a single parent, so I'm the sole provider for me and my two sons. So there was no daycares open, and him having a disease, me going to work during that time, it just wasn't something that I could have done. So no, I have not. But I have been working for a temp agency where I do get full-time hours when I can. And if I cannot work, it doesn't count against me in Ohio. I've also added a recommendation from one of my previous employers, which I was just working with in December of 2021. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you.
Ms. Ballard, how many times a month are you working? How many days a month?
When I was in Ohio,
Yes.
3 to 4.
Okay, and then are you planning on doing the temp route here in Texas as well, or what's your?
I was, yes, I have applied to an office. But yes, I was planning on doing a temp as well. It just depends on how this clinical trial goes. That's the life-saving procedure. So if he gets this clinical trial and it's successful, I will be able to work full time. And we won't be in the hospital for months or weeks at a time because the disease will be cured.
When
When
did you move down to Texas from Ohio?
I've been here since January of 2022. It's like January maybe 4th or 5th. So I've been here a few weeks.
Few weeks. Okay, gotcha.
Dr. McNeil?
If there's no further questions for this individual, I'd like to make a motion to grant exception to board rules for licensee candidate 2022-Q3-RDH1.
I hear a second on that motion. Dr. Maldonado seconds it. Any further discussion? Dr. McNeil?
And I think this always sort of raises a valid point of how do you determine competency if someone's been out of the workforce for a touch of time? And I don't think that's it's not an easy answer. And sometimes we have either a 3-year or a 5-year rule, and it's kind of hard to sort that out. What I hear is this individual's been doing some temporary things within offices in a perhaps different capacity, and so has not been out of clinical care. But it is a tricky call, and people go out of the workforce for a variety of different reasons, and unfortunately, females tend to have a higher occurrence of that for a variety of different things, as far as primary child care responsibility or
in this case, disability.
And so I can certainly see the compassion. I love what she's saying as far, telling her story, which has been a difficult story. In my opinion, I think she certainly could be a benefit to people in the state of Texas.
My biggest concern is that she has not been full-time. She's only practicing 3 or 4 days a month. That is my biggest concern. I agree with you. Yeah.
Well, and if I look at, say that I'm working 3 or 4 times a month, which I almost kind of do, thanks to all these other things that's going on. But does that make me an acceptable, competent
But you've been
practitioner?
working for 30 years, 20 years. So, yeah.
17.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I've been working for 30, yes.
Come on.
I'm talking about myself, sorry.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. And it's
Yeah.
it's a tricky spot.
So it is.
So I'd like to hear what some of the hygienists on our committee feel about competency in this situation or a similar situation.
Ms. Plum?
Well, I was just thinking she works 3 to 4 days a month.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so I work 13 hours a week, which is 1 day and 3 hours, like 6 hours. So it's like,
I thought she said 3 to 4 days a week, not a month. Can you clarify that, please?
Yeah.
Yes, it's 3 to 4 days a month through a temp agency. So I work at 2 different offices in Ohio. I would go to different offices on a daily basis, but I have 2 primary offices that I work 2 Monday to Thursday. Those are 11-hour days. And then Wednesday and Tuesday, it just varies. So it's 2 different offices. So I'm not full-time at either office, but I did get full-time hours. But a temp agency, when they have work, they offer you, sometimes you can go a certain mileage and they will give you more money for the mileage, or if it's an hour appointment as opposed to 45 minutes, things of that nature. So I work with a temp agency 3 to 4 times a week, not per month. That's not what I meant to say.
Oh, so it is per week.
Per week, yes.
Okay.
So she's,
yeah, 2 different, okay.
2 different offices.
Yeah. I was full-time at Dental Works, where I worked every week, 3 to 4 days a week, but we had 2 12-hour days. but after Corona, I've been temping. After COVID, I've been a temp.
Okay.
So that was my full-time job at Dental Works in Ohio.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion by Dr. McNeil, a second by Dr. Maldonado. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Okay, the motion carries unanimously.
So Ms. Ballard, the committee has recommended to grant your request for exception to board rule. This is a recommendation that will come out of the committee and it will be presented to the full board tomorrow for approval. You're not required to attend tomorrow's meeting, but please feel free to in case the board has any questions for you. But the recommendation will be to approve your request.
Okay, thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Good luck to your family and God bless you, Ms. Ballard.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, committee recommendation and possible action on request for approval of remediation for candidate 2022-Q3-DDS2. And Ms. Mendez, would you lead us in this discussion, please?
Yes, sir. Board staff is deferring applicant to the licensing committee. The applicant submitted a request for approval of a remediation program. Dr. Stanford Smith has taken the REB and failed the CTP component of the exam 3 times. Dr. Smith has successfully completed the operative, endodontic, periodontics, and prosthodontic components. Dr. Smith has submitted a remediation plan that consists of 80 hours offered by New York College of Dentistry for board approval.
And that's a code accredited school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Is Dr. Smith available? Okay.
Dr. Smith, are you there? Hello, you're on the air.
Dr. Smith, you're on mute.
New York College of Dentistry for board approval.
And that's a code accredited school?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Needs to mute.
Dr. Smith, can you please mute the meeting if you're watching it on another device?
It's muted.
Thank you.
Sorry, I apologize.
No worries. The committee is ready to hear from you.
Okay. Hello, greetings to everyone. I am requesting the approval of a remediation program. It's going to be headed by New York University. REB has already accepted the remediation plan, and hopefully you will follow. The REB only requires 60 hours, but Texas State Board requires 80. So the course is, well, not course, but the program is going to be 80 hours, which meets the Texas State Board licensing.
Any questions for Dr. Smith? Ms. Palermo?
I have a couple.
Okay.
I noticed on your performances for the exams that it looked like every time you were inadequate in the over-treatment aspect. And I was wondering if those 80 hours incorporate anything that would help you with the over-treatment aspect of the exam that you seem to kind of not get correct at any of the exams that you did?
Yes, ma'am. So one of the professors that I'm working with from NYU, I submitted all my test scores to him. And so we've came out with an outline of how to prepare upon your acceptance of the program. So we would meet via Zoom, and he would send me cases. We'd discuss the cases, talk about them, and work through them like that.
So is that going to help you in the over-treatment of patients? Because as I'm reading the program content, it doesn't have anything in it that pertains to that.
Yes, ma'am. what we'll be doing is working through all of the aspects of the Rev CTP, including the sequencing, overtreatment, inclusiveness, all subjects we'll be reviewing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms.
No.
Jones?
I was gonna make a motion
Go
to
ahead,
accept the
please.
remediation.
Okay, Dr. McNeil seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay.
Okay, so
Oh,
Dr.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Great, so the full board will hear the committee's recommendation to approve your request for the remediation program. You are not required to attend, but if the full board has any questions, it might be nice to be available tomorrow.
Yes,
But,
ma'am.
yeah, but it's a subject to the full board approval tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr.
Good luck to
Smith.
you, Dr. Smith.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, 5, do I need to read it? They're not here. And,
No, but I was just gonna give you all a blurb.
okay, go ahead.
At the December meeting, Promethean and Dr. MJ Hanlon were so kind to come and explain a little bit about their program. And they were asked to come back to the licensing committee because they are partnered with the Southern Regional Testing Agency, CERTA. And they were going to come show you guys their system. Unfortunately, they had a mock board exam at the University of Tennessee that was rescheduled to today and tomorrow. So no one from their team will be available to come show you guys what they had asked to show you. So they have asked to be included on a future agenda. So we'll be working with them if the committee is okay with that, to have them come back.
Perfect. Great, thank you. Do we have any public comments?
None.
Oh, we do.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, from the gentleman that we discussed.
Okay. All right. Yes, we do. Just one.
Okay.
And I also have someone else that's labeled cat's bone, but he hasn't sent out any more invites to any of the other committees, so I'm assuming it's for this
Okay.
committee.
We think it might be him.
Well, there's 2 people, cat's bone and a TX fix.
We know what either of those are his.
We don't really know.
Oh.
I can let them in and see who they are. I've asked them to rejoin by and putting their correct names, but
Okay.
Which one entered last?
last would be the TX fix.
I think that should be
The Raj.
yeah.
Okay. He had requested to talk to the committee. And just as a reminder, committee,
It's not on the agenda.
it's not on the agenda. So if he has questions for you, that sort of thing, please refer him to board staff.
He's.
Should be able to hear you. Not possible that is.
What's his name?
Dr. Raj?
Dr. Raj? Is that the last name?
I believe it's, I said, refer to himself as Dr. Mohan.
Dr. Mohan? Looks like you're on, but you're on mute. If you could please unmute yourself and introduce yourself to the committee. Last name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Please mute Dr. Mohan.
Yes, ma'am.
Looks like you're on, but you're on mute.
Hello.
Hi, could you please mute? Oh, it sounds like you did. Okay, great. Unmute yourself and introduce yourself to the committee.
This is Dr. Mohan. Good morning, everyone. I'm kind of nervous, but this is Dr. Mohan. Hello, Raj. can you hear me? Yes.
Please mute the recording playing in the background because it's giving us feedback. Looks like you're on, but you're on mute.
Hello.
If you're watching the meeting, can you please mute? Just
Oh, it
talk.
sounds like
Okay, great. Unmute yourself and introduce yourself to the committee.
This is Dr. Mohan. Good morning, everyone. I'm kind of nervous, but This is Dr. Mohan Raj.
Can you please mute whatever you're listening to? Playing in the background because it's. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. So Dr. Mohan, if you're watching the recording on another device, can you please either exit out of it or mute it because it's giving us a feedback and we can't hear you. Can you unmute him and see what's. Whatever you're listening to, you can still hear the feedback. So whatever,
Can both hear me?
Perfect.
No.
So Dr. Mohan, if you're watching the recording on another device, can you please either exit out of it or mute it because it's giving us a feedback and we can't hear you.
I'm not, ma'am. I'm not.
Be another tab.
If you have two tabs open, could you please?
You wanna mute or exit, whatever, if there's anything? No?
Yes, it should be here.
If you're watching the YouTube, could you please exit?
Right
Whatever.
here. Just close it.
Can both hear me?
Perfect.
This one?
Yeah.
So Dr. Mohan, if you're watching the recording on another device, can you please either exit out of it or mute it because it's giving us a feedback and we can't hear you.
Hello?
That's better. Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. My apology. Sorry, I'm not used to it. So this is Dr. Mohan. Very good morning to everyone. Great respect for you guys. And I just have a question. I hope you guys can help me.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yes. So I graduated from 2019 from Loma Linda University from California. And me and my wife, Dr. Veena, decided to come to Texas to practice. So my license was given 2019 April, yes. And then based on my birth date, my renewal was November 30th, 2020. So it was about 18 months since I was the first time renewal. So I was in the process of getting my renewal. So I'm aware I need to just make sure I have all the requirements before I do it. I was trying to contact the board for regarding the CE courses, since if anything is needed to be done, since I'm the first time renewal and it's been less than biannual, which is less than 24 months. I couldn't able to reach out board. It's because of the pandemic, I believe. I tried to call several times. I couldn't, hold on to any gentleman from the board. So and then I was asking my friends, hey, I just first time here in Texas. I don't know what to do. I just want to make sure before the renewal I have everything as per the Texas guidelines. And then they said, if you're renewing for the first time, you shouldn't be worried about it because you just graduated. So the first time renewal is considered as from the dental school. So if you're renewing the second time is when then you need to do those 24-hour CE courses. Then I just went through the Texas board. Even before that, I was reading, and it does says all Texas licensing holder and active license to practice in Texas must biannually collect a minimum of 24 hours of appropriate continuing education as required for the occupational code as section 257005. And then that explained me, okay, fine. It's clear that since I'm renewing less than two years, I shouldn't be need for the first time. But I asked some of the colleagues, they said the same thing. If you're running for the first time, you don't need to worry about the CE courses, but make sure you have 24, and even the 24, you need that specifications that I need to make sure that I have for the second time. And then I wrote an email to Texas board, respected Texas board, this is my situation. I'm doing for the first time. It's been less than 24 months. So do I need a renewal? But I didn't get the reply. And then, so I went and renewed my license. I couldn't get hold of Texas board, the administration because of the pandemic. I'm not sure. And then I renewed it because it was like in 18 months. And then I got a email from a respected investigator. He says, Dr. Mohan, we are investigating your case. We just want to make sure that you have recursive courses. And then I think Mr. Colin, I'm not sure. And then I got so nervous, I got so scared and worried. And then I asked him, asking. I'm sorry.
What are you getting nervous about?
But we'll help, we can walk them through this.
Okay, all right.
So ask him, sir, I tried to reach out to the board. No, I couldn't reply. I couldn't get any reply.
So, Dr. Mohan, I'm really sorry for the difficulties you had getting in touch with somebody from our office, but unfortunately, the committees, because you're not on the agenda, the committee really can't discuss this with you. But what I'll do is after the board and committee meetings are over, I'll reach out to you and we'll see what options you have.
Yes, ma'am. So let me finish my thoughts a little bit. And then I said, sir, it makes me, I'm a top of the class. I studied so hard. I tried to do everything right. I got 6 hours from my dental school. 6 hours. This made me look like I'm a bad guy who does not follow rules. And they put non-disciplinary middle plan. I tried to reach several times, several people, but nobody responded to me. I was seeking answer through the attorney who reached to me from the Texas board. I was like, what's going on? What part of the rule I don't understand, which clearly states in the Texas board that I don't need to do if it's less than 24 months. And when the investigator reached out to me, I said, sir, you reached out to me even less than 24 months. Let me go ahead and do all the CE courses. Give me a chance. And then he said, okay, you do it. I cannot say anything about it, but let me present to the committee. And they present to the committee. They still didn't, I don't know what happened. They still didn't consider it. And they give me a remedial plan. So what hurts me is, like I said, I try to follow rules. I might made a mistake, but nobody gave me the answer why I put on remedial plan when I renewed less than 24 months. And it shows on the license that I did something wrong. It hurts me. I couldn't get out of it.
Okay.
Like a nightmare for me. I keep thinking, but Texas board not gonna like me anymore. If I do even a small mistake, they're gonna take away my license because they're gonna think that I don't follow rules. So and then now I'm trying to credential with Medicare. They said you have some action with the board, so we cannot get you credentialed. I was like, and then every time I look at my license, it shows like I did something wrong with the board, and it hurts me.
This is Dr. Kirch. I'm the chairman of licensing. We thank you very much, and I promise you, someone will reach out to you next week and we do this, okay? We're not here to take your license away.
So I just ask the complaints department. I hide a complaints department because I don't know how to approach. Several times I thought maybe I should drive to Texas to your office to meet you guys in person and just explain it. But they say the office is closed because of the pandemic. So I hired a complaints department and they help me. Don't worry, we'll set you meeting in the Zoom, so they should able to help you. So that's why I'm here.
All right, well, thank you so much. I apologize for the trouble that you had getting in touch with the board, but we have your contact information. We've heard your story and somebody will be reaching out to you next week.
Yes, thank you, respected board. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry. So this was holding for a long time. I had no answer. I don't know what to do. But it really makes me look like I'm not following the rules. I'm scared if there's any small mistake I do, it's gonna look like I'm keep doing the mistakes. It's gonna look like I'm the bad guy.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. The committee has heard your concerns and again, we appreciate what you've been through and we'll be reaching out.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
No more public.
Gone now. so.
Okay.
Okay.
Any announcements? I don't have any other announcements. All right, do I hear a motion to?
So moved,
adjourn?
McNeil.
Wow. Man. Someone must be hungry. Second by Ms. Jones. Any, all in favor of adjournment? Okay. perfect.
Time.
Oh, the time is 10:53.
Thank you,
Okay,
committee.
thank you, guys.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay.
Make sure Chris. You're good.
Okay, the February 17th, 2022 Licensing Committee meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order. The time is 11:33. A few reminders, if you are listening to the meeting on a secondary device, such as a computer or a tablet, please mute it until it is your turn to speak. Please say your name before your verbal vote during the voting process to ensure a proper count. I will also announce the names of the board members when addressing them and on first and second motions. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. At this time, Ms. Nichols, will you please call roll and confirm that we have a quorum?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Linda Burke.
Present.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado.
Present.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
Present.
Ms. Lois Palermo.
Present.
Ms. Catherine Sisk.
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. David Yu.
Present.
You have a quorum. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm just going to start off first before we move into our first agenda item by thanking everyone for being here. I know this is an extremely important meeting for all of us. And so one thing I wanted to say, and probably this is more the pediatric dentist in me, is I think this is going to, there's high stress, right? And a lot of tense emotions right now. And I think part of our job, obviously, as pedodontists, is to make sure everybody stays calm and unafraid and sure of a situation. And so I just first and foremost want to thank all of you for being here and for your participation, because this is a big thing for Texas. Something that Ms. Nichols stated this morning, we are one of 2 states that do not have teledentistry yet. So it is something that we need to work towards getting there in a safe manner for our patients. And it's a great thing for Texas. I want everyone first and foremost, though, to know our committee meeting today, I want everybody to be as comfortable as possible in participating and asking questions, and we want to be open. Remember, there's not a single question that's a silly question, and if we don't ask it now, trust me, somebody else will be asking it later. So we want to get to a point that we're able to discuss everything and remain open-minded. We're obviously here to discuss in a constructive way, and so I'm actually excited for this meeting to finally be here so that we have the opportunity to do that. I want for stakeholders that are listening to know we appreciate your input and everything that you submit and send to us. We don't take lightly. We're looking at it, we're reading it, and we're taking everything into consideration. Our committee has really worked hard for that. And lastly, I just want to thank our staff for working hard on this as well under the leadership of Ms. Nichols and Dr. Yu. I mean, they put a lot of work into this. And so I'm excited about the direction, hopefully, that we will get to together as far as not only the committee, the board, the full board, but also along with our stakeholders. And so at this time, we're going to go ahead and move into our first agenda item, which is the committee recommendation and possible action on Rule 108.25 as it relates to dental healthcare workers. So Ms. Studdard, at this time, will you please lead us in our discussion?
Yes, ma'am. So Dr. Henderson actually asked that we put this on the agenda to discuss any possible changes to this rule. This rule was originally adopted pursuant to Chapter 85 of the Texas Health and Safety Code. I believe it would take a statutory change before we could make any changes to Rule 108.25. But board staff will perform some research and propose any changes at our next meeting in May.
Dr. Henderson?
Thank you, Ms. Studdard and Dr. Burke. Yes, most of this rule is in statute as I read through it, except for Section E of this rule. As far as the annual tuberculin tests, the CDC guidelines currently recommend that any new hire or new person in the dental field get tested to make sure they're negative, and then no annual tests after that subsequently. So as we look through this and consider the statutory enforcement of the legality of this rule. Keep that in mind as we go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Dr. Yu?
So, this whole rule is antiquated, and if it's statute, I'd like the board staff to see what kind of flexibility we have on updating it or eliminating it, ideally.
Agreed.
So, and maybe we should say publicly or ask, are we enforcing this rule in any form or fashion currently?
I haven't seen a case that pertains to this rule since I've been working here. And I don't think Casey has seen.
I have not either. I think most of our licensees don't know about Rule 108.25 and the requirements set forth in this rule. And again, it's from 2001. It's outdated, but based on statute. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, we had no action items on this one, did we? No.
Oh, sorry.
Just a little bit of history with the TB testing. That came about back when Texas realized that there were a lot of TB cases coming up in nursing homes, especially in the valley. So that's why they put that in there. But yeah, after a while, things do become obsolete. So.
Dr.
And
Henderson?
the CDC does address that. If there is a breakout of TB in your office or your exposure, because someone gets it, they do have guidelines and regulations to do that, but to mandate an annual test for all workers, dental assistants, dental hygienists, dentists. And I'd probably be interesting to take a poll, how many board members tomorrow that do an annual TB test. So I just.
Let's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably just that time.
And I think didn't the wording say should? It didn't say that you have to. Because I remember the discussion with the board at the time. They weren't mandating that you have to. But anyway.
Thank you.
It does say should.
It says should.
It says what?
It does say should. Yes, that's
says
correct.
should.
You're correct.
Yes. Okay, so if there's no further discussion, we will move on to agenda item number 4. But before doing that, I forgot to have you say your part. Casey, about the
Yes, thank you, Dr. Burke. So we'll move into committee discussion on possible action to Rule 108.7, which is our minimum standard of care rule. And just so that any stakeholders or members of the public, our licensees, and the folks here in the room with us today know, the board doesn't take any change to any of our rules lightly, but most especially our minimum standard of care rule. And we want to hear from you. We welcome the comments you have sent in. We've already received a flood of comments on this proposed rule update, and it hadn't even been presented to the committee yet. So we hear you, and if should it be needed, which it probably will, we plan to hold a stakeholder meeting. So just know that this is not this is just the first bite of many bites to the apple on this topic. We want to hear from our stakeholders on that. So I'll turn over the discussion to Ms. Nichols. Thank you.
So
I mean, might not myself.
Like Ms. Nichols said, we did receive a lot of feedback from our stakeholders after proposing our teledentistry rule 108.16 at the September board meeting. So as we know, the proposed teledentistry rule references board rule 108.7 and would require dentists to adhere to 108.7. Stakeholders are concerned that subsections 3 through 4 of 108.7 would require dentists to perform an in-person physical examination prior to providing teledentistry services. So in your materials is a draft of staff's proposed language to subsections 3 and 4. So as we know, House Bill 2056 was passed to allow dental health professionals to provide teledentistry services to patients. As a reminder, the bill's intent is to eliminate barriers pertaining to access to care and allows dental health professionals to treat patients without having an in-person visit if the standard of care is met. The proposed changes in your materials to subsections 3 and 4 is to allow for the provision of teledentistry services without requiring an in-person examination prior to providing the teledentistry service, as long as the dentist adheres to the standard of care. A dentist must ask the patient to come into the office for a physical exam if the diagnosis or treatment utilizing teledentistry is not adequate or consistent with the standard of care. It's important to note that the proposed amendment to 108.7 does not change the standard of care, which is what a reasonable and prudent dentist would do under the same or similar circumstances. The language is similar to what the medical board requires in its rule 190.8, which is also in your materials, which requires doctors to treat a patient according to generally accepted standard of care. If the standard of care requires a patient to come into the office for a physical exam prior to treatment, the dentist is responsible for having that patient come into the office. Several stakeholders have already submitted comments regarding the changes to 108.7. They're also in your materials for your review. And with that, I will open up the floor for discussion.
Dr. Henderson.
Dr. Berg, Ms. Studdard, thank you so much for that historic. My first question is, aren't we on some kind of statutory timeframe to get this rule adopted?
Yes, we are.
And what is that?
It's March of this year, but I'm not too worried about it because we are having a lot of feedback on this rule, so I think we'll be okay.
So that's kind of what I wanted to make sure we understood publicly, that we do know about the time frame, and we're doing our best to meet that time frame. On your proposed rules, a couple of things that I would like to have the committee consider as far as changes. And basically, we're talking about the yellow part of 3 and the yellow part of 4. My suggestion would be very similar to what you have currently under 3, and it would read, maintain and review an initial medical history, obtain and review an updated medical history when a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or similar circumstances. At a minimum, a medical history should be obtained and reviewed annually. And as far as the changes that I would suggest for 4, maintain and review a limited physical exam when a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or similar circumstances.
I'm sorry, so did you add, was there a change on 4? Or you?
Yes, but it stops after that.
Oh, just leave it. Okay.
After what word?
After circumstances.
Circumstance.
Can you repeat that again?
So,
For number 3. Going back to the top.
For number 3, maintain and review an initial medical history. Obtain and review an updated medical history when a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or similar circumstances. At a minimum, a medical history should be obtained and reviewed annually.
So are you striking all of what the medical history should include or shall include, or in 3?
I'm saying what has to be in the medical history, saying that you need to obtain what a reasonable, prudent dentist would do.
Okay, so you would be striking what should be in it.
Allowing a little latitude for the doctor of choice to determine what is an important medical history for that person to obtain.
Got it.
So,
Yes, Ms. Nichols.
Thank you. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but that the chunk about the medical history shall include blah, 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 all that comes from statute. So we're just reiterating the statute.
Right.
So it doesn't have to be there.
Right. It can be in there or it can not.
Right.
okay.
I was doing it for ease of reading sake.
I understand. It is a lengthy paragraph.
We're not changing statute.
Right.
I don't want to mention anything about a checklist either.
Would you put a checklist in there? I mean,
Well, it's.
I mean, that's just where I think when we publish this for stakeholders, I think this is where the various stakeholders might have a comment of whether they want to include a checklist and this language needs to be included for clarity. Or are they happy with it is and knowing that's in statute? What does the committee think?
I do like giving guidance that is should be updated annually.
Yeah.
I agree.
Just says what a
At
minimum.
least gives, yeah, at a minimum.
And the reason that I think it's important to know, it's not just a one-time history. Because you may be treating somebody either in the office or virtually for many years, and their medical history can change. And you should be able to update that on it
Or any changes.
And I'm-
Any changes
Right.
should be
Right.
updated.
And yes,
But the meat of the change that you're suggesting is to add the annual.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Right.
Just, I'm okay with that.
that is the meat of the change.
Yes, Dr. Maldonado?
Okay, so I'm kind of stuck on the words reasonable and prudent dentist. So is that also from statute?
No, so.
No, no.
I really don't. No, but it's not.
Okay.
Well,
And,
it's-
and what okay, so what is the definition of a reasonable and prudent dentist? Because I'm stuck on that still.
Yeah, we would fall back just on the meaning of the words. We would look it up in the dictionary, really, is what we would do. Prudent dentist means using common sense, using your best judgment.
It's a legalese term, you guys would know, because it's a common saying for the lack, if you don't do it, then it's defined as negligence. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a general catch-all.
It's pretty.
And the reason I'm asking is because I mean, they taught us what that means in dental school because those are the things that we follow. And is there language that you would add that would define it more closely, or do you just leave it open like that? Like, who defines that? Is it the American Dental Association? Who is it?
It's the board.
The board?
Yeah. And the reasonable and prudent persons is legalese. It's a legal standard that, as Lauren just described, basically using common sense. But no, it is not described. It is not laid out in the DPA. It's not laid out in any statute. It's legalese. And your suggestion is to flush out what a reasonable and prudent dentist
I'd like
standard
to ask
is.
the committee, is that something that you would like to do, or is it, would you like to do it, or is it something that another person would do in the future, or is it fine?
Dr. Yu?
Well, I get what you're saying, because it's hard to define something like that, but I think just like what the medical board says that it's widely accepted standard of care. And for us, I mean, we look at standard of cares on everything, like rubber dam, or what the other stakeholders publish, for instance. So unfortunately, there's not an easy way to define that. I think it's what we would do reasonably.
And just because the other parts are being taken out, and that's why I focused on those words, because if you're taking something out, then what are you going to rely on? That was my reasoning.
Dr. Henderson?
Dr. Maldonado, you think if you left the language as is that was proposed originally and add at least annually, you'd be happier with that? It'd be clear for you to understand what a reasonable prudent dentist would be, because it would include this and whatever else is reasonably and prudent.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know right now. I'm just trying to brainstorm about this whole.
Well, exactly. So that's really, I mean, the point is, and of the two suggestions, I've taken a lot of the language out of what hospitalizations and what is a very important part of a medical history. Okay. It's in statute, and all this rule is just making it simple, going out to the communities of interest. But if you're having a hard time understanding it, a reasonable, prudent dentist would ask those questions. And maybe we need to include that and just say that it has to be done annually. And I guess that's, I'm asking you not to, for
I
your
understand.
opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think annually would be a good suggestion to put that word in. I think it would be important.
And leave it as proposed originally.
I like it, but if, you know, that's just my point of view.
Okay. It would help you understand what a reasonable, prudent
Yeah,
dentist is.
yeah, I think it would.
And I feel like the feedback that we're getting is that people want a clear delineation of like the point that she's bringing up. They want, licensees would feel more comfortable knowing what is expected of them.
My only thought on that would be, and I totally agree with you, Dr. Henderson, you know, narrowing everything down, getting rid of the, you know, some of the clutter that's in some of the verbiage and stuff. But when we leave things to say, well, it's in the statute, it's like, how many people have ever read the statute? How many dentists in Texas, how many hygienists even realize what a statute is, actually? I mean, that's I'm like, okay, surely we're okay to do that. But if we're in ISCs and things come up, are we gonna say, well, it was in statute? And are they gonna understand that? I mean, they should. But
Yes, Dr. Henderson?
Well, I'm happy to leave the language if it's for edification and clarification, and just add that at least it must be annually updated and recorded. Part of it was similar thinking we were on the Botox. We don't have a rule about it because it's in statute. And if it's in statute and we put it in rule, I don't necessarily want a potential dentist to be disciplined because they didn't ask a surgical history question.
I see what you're saying.
And it's not that they're not required to have it. But if it's in rule and a DRP person reviews it and said, well, this medical history didn't say anything about prior surgeries, and the patient had their tonsils removed when they were 2 and they're 50 years old, is that significant? So I was just trying to make it a little bit easier as far as rule interpretation. Let those that were significant, and is it impacted a specific ISC case, then it should be included clearly. But if it was an oversight like a missed blood pressure, is it something we want to discipline dentists for? So that was really my thought process behind removing. But if it helps people understand what a reasonable, prudent dentist is, and it's in statute, it does no harm to put it back in.
Yes. Okay, I agree also.
I know I can see it either way.
Well, see, I read this as like, you know, two things, because if you're, when it says when a reasonable and prudent dentist, so you're saying that, you know, you're giving the dentist latitude as far as when they take the medical history. Now, are we going to define the medical history or say that they should take a medical history? But I like Henderson's idea of setting some kind of, you know, at least some boundaries as far as, you know, yearly update. So it's, I'm fine either way. Now I see Dr. Henderson's point.
Yes, Dr. Henderson?
So, you know, a physician, before they will renew a drug for you, they have to see you at least once a year. That's their standard. We shouldn't be any different. So we should have a yearly requirement in order for us to make a diagnosis or call in an antibiotic or whatever we do, whether we're virtual or whether they're in person. So to answer your question, maintain is the original visit. You got to get a medical history. How else can you treat them. And then updated at least annually. I'd make a motion that we accept Lauren's proposal with the addition of the annual requirement.
And so that language is going to, for number 3, I added an initial medical history, correct? And then the last sentence in subsection 3 is going to be, at a minimum, a medical history should be reviewed and updated annually.
Correct.
Okay.
And then were there any changes to subsection 4? Are we not there yet?
Happy to
Oh, that's fine.
discuss that. So I propose those changes on 4. Unless we have further discussion, don't.
Kind of
So
rush.
on 4, my suggestion was to be maintain and review a limited physical exam when a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or similar circumstances, period.
And then that's it.
That's it.
What about the 12 years of age or younger?
So if you look at the existing rule, this examination talks about taking people's blood pressure. I mean, what we removing, right? Not the yellow part, but what's down here in the original proposed rule. And we are, and if we keep the blood pressure, I have some changes to that, but my first try is just to remove all comments about blood pressure. It's not to say you can't take a blood pressure or that you shouldn't take a blood pressure. But when a reasonable, prudent dentist should do an examination, which might include blood pressure, perioprobing, radiographs, right? That's the exam we're talking about. I mean, it's difficult to do dentistry without doing some kind of tactile somewhere in a person's dental life.
Okay.
When that occurs, can be left to the reasonable dentist to make that determination. Now, we have in our rules already, every patient who receives anesthesia from nitrous on must have a blood pressure taken prior. We're only talking about the screening blood pressures, if you will. And if you're a virtual dentist, there's no way for you to take that person's blood pressure. And I don't want to have two standards of care where if you see me in person, you've got to take a blood pressure. But if I see you on TV, I don't. I don't think that's fair across the board. Dentists don't treat hypertension anyway. If we see there's a blood pressure, we do it as a courtesy screening. We send them to their physician. So the way, I don't know if y'all have done some virtual medical, still have done some in Vista. The way they're doing it virtually, they have you taken your blood pressure recently, and is it normal? So you put the pressure back on the patient, just like, did you take any drugs? Did you smoke any marijuana, right? So you're putting it all back on them to say, I've taken the blood pressure and then it's okay. So you're taking their medical history as that, instead of you taking it yourself.
Except for when you're gonna do treatment.
Well, so here's that reasonable, prudent dentistry. So as you know, you see ISCs and you see some DRP people who say they didn't take a blood pressure before they gave local anesthesia. It's not in our rules. I don't know that it's a standard of care. It might be, right? That's a legal deal. But I know that I've been to a physician and had multiple local anesthetic administered to me personally and never taken my blood pressure.
That's true.
So to say that if I'm going to give a half a carpule to fill a chip number 8, what medical condition would require me to take that blood pressure before? If I'm going to give 17 carpules and I'm going to use a lot of vasoconstrictor, I think the reasonable, prudent dentist would say, you should have gotten a vital sign prior. So you leave that for the reasonable, prudent dentist to make that decision as opposed to overregulating. But I don't know. That's just a thought process.
And I think that's what our, changes allude to. I mean, our standard of care has not changed. It's we're leaving the onus up to the dentist. Just like
Okay. Yes.
How does the committee feel? The point you made about the two different standards about taking the blood pressure, whether the patient is in your office or being seen virtually, I had not thought about until you said it, and I think you're right on that. So I would like if the committee would discuss, if you would like to, the blood pressure, and that the proposal is that it stays, but are you all open to possibly removing that?
I think the proposal was it's going to be removed.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was part of your proposal.
My proposal
Okay. Oh, it
removes
was.
that
Okay.
requirement.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
No, I don't know. I think we're still in discussion.
We're still in discussion.
Yes.
There's no motion on the table.
I know it's a little out of one court.
It's the new way we're doing things.
Use the chair.
Easier, a little easier. I think those are excellent points, and I'm most comfortable adding back in annually, because I really was uncomfortable with having that removed. But I do think when we go back to just discussing the reasonable and prudent dentist, I think all professions do ultimately use that reference. And it's basically saying somebody that's ethical, somebody that's conscientious, somebody that is practicing and doing things the way that they should be doing in their profession. And so I really like the changes. So thank you, Dr. Henderson. They were good. Dr. Yu?
And just a reminder, the end of the original rule 4 does say at a minimum, the medical history and limited physical should be obtained and reviewed at the initial appointment and updated annually. So we already had that in there.
Right.
Just that we struck it for this.
We took it out.
Where is that one?
That's the old
The
rule.
original.
The old rule.
The original.
Oh, the original.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, but no,
Oh, really?
Right.
this is what it's gonna be now.
Right. He's gonna struck that.
Yeah, right. Just on the struck. Yeah. Didn't want. It's not. So.
Just want to make sure I understand. Dr. Henderson, well, one thing I want to clarify, because on our original rule, it states a medical history and limited physical evaluation should be obtained and reviewed at the initial appointment and updated annually. So we are wanting to, I just want to make sure I'm clear that we want to leave the medical history and the physical evaluation annually, the limited physical evaluation, or just the medical history? I just want to make sure I understand. I'm sorry.
My suggestion did not have a time frame for the physical examination.
Okay.
That was left to the discretion of a reasonable, prudent dentist.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
if you're doing nothing, for example, I'm just doing a FaceTime with someone, do I need to have a physical exam for that particular procedure? And there's some
Right.
dental procedures that might require it, but there's probably some dental procedures that wouldn't require it. So let the dentist, for what the person or the patient is asking for, determine whether they need to have a physical exam.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So at this time, if there is not any further discussion, do I hear a motion? Okay, I thought he made it. Go ahead. Dr.
Did you make a
Henderson.
motion already?
I kind of did for 3,
Sort of.
but I said, we've already talked about 3. So I'm happy to go back and rescind that motion and state it together.
Please do.
Yes.
So I will rescind my prior motion on just section 3, and let's take the rule as proposed by Ms. Studdard on 108.7, the minimum standard of care. So she has proposed leaving 1 and 2, and then the yellow part in your notes is 3 with the addition of, Ms. Studdard, help me with this. We talked an initial exam, initial history, and then at least annually.
The last sentence would say at a minimum that a medical history should be reviewed and updated annually.
Just for clarity, can she read the whole thing?
Please,
Yeah,
please.
that would be good. Okay, so subsection 3 will read, maintain and review an initial medical history when a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or similar circumstances. The medical history shall include, but shall not necessarily be limited to, known allergies to drugs, serious illness, current medications, previous hospitalizations, and significant surgery, and a review of the physiologic systems obtained by patient history. A checklist for consistency may be utilized in obtaining information. The dentist shall review the medical history with the patient at any time a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or similar circumstances. At a minimum, a medical history should be reviewed and updated annually.
Thank you. And then on number 4, my suggestion was maintain and review a limited physical examination when a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or similar circumstances. Period.
Dr. Henderson, I'm sorry, will you reread the way you worded number 3 initially? Because I think you said, an
So,
initial,
yeah.
and then you said another part.
Annually is at the end.
Yeah, so what I'd done was leave out the surgical history, the drugs, because it's in statute. My original statement was maintain and review an initial medical history. Obtain and review an updated medical history when a reasonable, prudent dentist would do so. Under the same or similar circumstances, at a minimum, a medical history should be obtained and reviewed annually. So I put the word update. If for some chance you're seeing a patient that Teledentistry came in, you saw an updated medical history 6 months ago, but it was really significant, and they need some new antibiotics, but the last antibiotics you gave them, they developed an allergy, and you didn't make a note of it. You needed to update that medical history before you gave the next dose. So that's kind of why I have that in the middle, should be updated
Annually.
when it's,
Kind of like that pattern.
when a reasonable,
Oh, not annually.
at a minimum annual.
Okay.
But there could be a reason to update it more frequently than an annual.
Yeah.
So that's why I put that language in there.
Okay, Ms. Camp.
Question for Dr. Henderson. Is it your intention then to, under all circumstances, to have an initial?
Correct.
So the statement, when a reasonable prudent dentist would do so under same similar circumstances that we have currently drafted at the beginning, we don't need, right? Because, or do you want that leeway in there of maintain and review an initial medical history when a reasonable prudent dentist would do so?
Obtain, maintain, and obtain an initial medical history.
Period.
Period.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, should I read it one more time?
Yes, please.
You could say obtain and maintain.
Obtain and maintain. Okay. Obtain.
Well, it'd be obtain, maintain, and review.
Yeah.
Okay. Try to read
Okay,
loud so
I'm
people
gonna-
can hear it.
Yes, I will try and. So the change is going to read subsection 3 will read, obtain, maintain, and review an initial medical history. Well, I can start from the very top, actually. So 108.7 says at the very top, each dentist shall, and then you go down to subsection 3, obtain, maintain, and review an initial medical history. The medical history shall include, but shall not necessarily be limited to, known allergies to drugs, serious illness, current medications, previous hospitalizations, significant surgery, and a review of the physiologic systems obtained by patient history. A checklist for consistency may be utilized in obtaining the information. The dentist shall review the medical history with the patient at any time a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or some similar circumstances. At a minimum, a medical history should be reviewed and updated annually. That's good.
Yes, Dr. Yu?
So can we talk about that end part, the dentist shall review the medical history at any time a reasonable improvement. It's a kind of a repeat at this point of the first paragraph or first sentence. I mean,
Well, now we've taken out, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yes.
Now we've taken out the reasonable and prudent dentist standard from the first sentence. It's just obtain, maintain, and review an initial medical history, period. Then review it when a reasonable prudent dentist would do so, and that would be under the situation like Dr. Henderson just gave.
Just want to clarify. Thank you.
And I have a quick question.
Yes.
So removing the limited physical evaluation for all patients needs to be taken out in order for us to be able to do teledentistry?
Yes and no.
Okay.
We spoke with the authors of the bill, and the bill authors told us that their intent was that you did not have to go and have an inpatient, in-person examination from your physician before you could use teledentistry services. And we believed that the rule, our current rule as written, did require that. Did I state that correctly?
Right, and that's the way we've been interpreting it too, is to have an in-person, for that physical exam part, that's interpreted as an in-person.
Because telemedicine and teledentistry are two different things. You know, I think you can more robustly use telemedicine than you can teledentistry. So, all right.
The bill authors expressed to us that their intent was access to care for patients. And if a child falls off his or her bike and busts out a tooth, and a frantic parent calls the dentist and wants to show them on a video what's happening with the child's mouth, but they've never seen that dentist in person, they don't have an established relationship before with that patient, with that dentist, that was the scenario they gave. And the way our rules were set up, the way our rules are currently set up, that might not be a possibility. Can I say that accurately? Okay. So Dr. Henderson did make a motion. Is everybody clear on the motion?
Doing 3 and 4?
We were.
Together.
Okay.
So the motion is for 3 and 4.
Yes.
Should I read 4?
With the rest of Lauren's tracking of the original
So
document.
the subsection 4 is going to read, each dentist shall maintain and review a limited physical examination when a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or similar circumstances.
Period.
Okay.
Right.
So Dr. Henderson made a motion. We need a second.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Ms. Palermo, second.
Any discussion?
And is there any further discussion? All right. Yes, Dr. Henderson.
Since we may have more discussion on these two rules, but I just want to get maybe a little more information. The rest of the motion would include the rule of strike throughs and left through, as Lauren has proposed on the initial packet. I want to make sure all committee members understand that. Not just stopping with 4.
Right. Yes. These are the proposed changes in yellow and then the strike through on the rest of it. Yes. Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure we all understood that.
Yes.
Right. So basically what we are going to vote on is to accept the staff changes to proposed rule 108.7, which includes the highlighted modifications that we've made already and what has been removed.
Yes.
So would this be an amendment to the amendment?
No, he made an initial
No.
motion because he withdrew his first one. So the motion on the floor is for the verbiage that we just discussed.
Mhm.
If you want to read it again, we can. There's no rush here. Okay.
Okay. So if there's no further discussion, then we'll go ahead and take our vote. Dr. Henderson,
Or
Dr. Maldonado, Ms. Palermo,
4.
Ms. Sisk,
4.
Dr. Yu,
4.
And Dr. Burke, 4. All right, so that passes unanimously. So now,
And just as a reminder, this is a recommendation from the committee that will go before the full board tomorrow.
thank you. So now our next agenda item is item number 5, committee recommendation and possible action on currently proposed rule from the September 10th, 2021 board meeting, Rule 108.16 Teledentistry, published in the November 12th, 2021 issue of the Texas Register. And at this time, I will ask Ms. Studdard to please lead us in our discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. When the board proposed its rule 108.6, it was published in the register after the September board meeting. Staff sent the rule to the governor's regulatory compliance division for review. The regulatory compliance division reviews agency rules that may affect market competition. Because staff was anticipating changes to board rule 108.7, as a result of the feedback we received regarding rule 108.16, staff asked the regulatory compliance division to withdraw rule 108.16 from its review. That way staff can submit both 108.7 and 108.16 to the division at the same time, and they can be reviewed together since the rules are somewhat related. The regulatory compliance division accepted staff's request to withdraw rule 108.16 from the division's review on the condition that 108.16 be resubmitted to the division following reproposal of the rule. So staff's recommendation, in order to allow the regulatory compliance division to review both 108.7 and 108.16 at the same time, staff is recommending that a committee vote to repropose rule 108.16.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson.
You need a motion for that?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
I make a motion that we repropose 108.16.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second? Ms. Palermo, thank you. Any further discussion? Dr. Henderson?
For clarification, they will both go for review together simultaneously.
Yes.
And we don't need to make any changes to the 16 because of anything we've done in 108.
That's correct. We don't have any staff does not have any recommended changes to 108.16.
Thank you.
Any other comments for discussion? Okay. Hearing none, we will go ahead and take our vote. Dr. Brian Henderson.
Or
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado. Or Ms. Lois Palermo.
Or
Ms. Catherine Sisk.
Or
Dr. David Yu.
In favor.
And Dr. Linda Burke, 4. All right, so that also passes. Thank you, everyone. We are now moving into agenda item number 6, which is our public comment section. And I just want to remind everyone, we would like to ask, if you can, to please limit your comments to about 5 minutes.
If you are here and would like to speak and did not fill out one of these cards, if you will please fill one out and give it to staff, and we'll make sure to get you your time. The first speaker I have is Stephen Arthur.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Arthur here on behalf of Align Technologies, the makers of Invisalign. First off, I wanted to start to say that Align believes in teledentistry, but we need to be a little bit realistic that all orthodontic treatment is moving teeth through bone. As an example, even with instruction through telehealth via an established company like Teladoc, you wouldn't expect a doctor to give direction to a patient to set his own leg. That's why Align supports the current standard of care and its uniform application to teledentistry and in-person treatments alike. Align also believes that an initial in-person examination is essential when you're moving teeth through bone. To determine whether or not a patient is a good candidate or to develop or identify underlying conditions that would make clear aligner treatment risky. Impressions, especially those taken at home by patients, or in this case, consumers, since they're not really seeing a dentist, or photographs or scan information provide at best only surface information, and Align believes that that's insufficient. The standard of care for moving teeth through bone should be requiring an understanding of the underlying structures below the gum line. We understand the board has received testimony from dentists in the past in Texas who have treated patients to correct issues that resulted from insufficient doctor-directed care and oversight in clear aligner orthodontic treatment as it's moving teeth through bone. And then finally, just wanted to mention that there are scores of competitors in this category, and some have argued that this is a competition issue, and we do not believe it is. It's about adhering to the existing standard of care and something that Texas patients should receive and the minimum that they should expect. And then candidly, in the last few months, a few companies have in this category have acknowledged this fact with announcement of plans to increase direct dentist oversight in the care they provide. And I just wanted to read in conclusion from one of those companies' press releases. And they said, it was incredibly difficult to close the DTC business, but for us to live out our mission of helping as many people as possible access affordable and efficient care, we need to work in partnership, not in competition with dental professionals. This pivot represents a huge growth opportunity for us and for dental practices. And I couldn't be more confident about the future of orthodontic care. So that's one of our competitors that has moved in that direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson?
I have a question. You represent Invisalign?
Yes, Align Technologies,
Align Tech.
Invisalign.
Do y'all as a corporation have guidelines of who can do your scans that you get submitted?
Do our scans?
Yeah, you were talking about impressions and
right.
What we're doing. I'm asking you.
Since all of our customers are the dentists, I don't know. I will have to get back and I'll provide information. I actually don't want to speak out of turn. I don't know if they have guides on who can do the scans or not.
I was hearing that y'all don't require the dentist to actually do the scan.
I just don't want to make any assumptions without knowing for sure. I just would not, I don't want to misstate anything.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Clayman?
I just wanted to ask when you spoke with the makers of the bill and their legislative intent, did any of that involve orthodontics?
Yes and no. I mean, what was expressed to us was that teledentistry is meant to be a tool to establish a wider net for patient care. And what the bill authors were concerned about is people in rural areas, access to care in communities where there might not be a lot of dental offices, that sort of thing. Orthodontic treatment is certainly, a part of patient care, but they are one facet to the very large dental community, as we know. I know that didn't really answer your question. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just thinking, well, I probably shouldn't say it. I was thinking of carving out ortho out of the whole teledentistry picture. But that's.
There is not an ortho carve out in the bill.
Dr. Yu?
Well, and to answer your question, there was an in-person requirement version of the bill by Representative Pereira, and that was defeated. And the problem is our ship has sailed on that because, it went through the legislators, it went through 2 houses, it went through 3 committees. And if there was going to be a carve out, it should have been done there. We're dealing with this bill as is. We can't change the legislative intent, nor can we change the statute as it is.
Good point.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Henderson.
Well, I was just going to point out to Stephen, and great comments, because you're right. If Invisalign, maybe you do need to see a dentist before those teeth come out of the bone. We're well aware of those complications from people who don't. But that's going to be left to the licensee to have to make that decision as our rules and standard of care are created. What a reasonable, prudent dentist would do. So.
Yes, that was going to be my same comment. Okay, we leave it up to the reasonably and prudent dentist to make the correct choices because, there can be ill effects by not doing that.
Yes. Dr. Yu?
Keep interrupting. Well, and I'm a periodontist, and I see a lot of, what ortho can do to damage, jaw structure, resorption, all of that. And I mean, the thing that I am confident about is that our standard of care has not changed. And, no matter what, if a reasonable improvement dentist needed to do something else, like refer the patient to a local dentist or whatever, that's our standards have not changed with this. And I think that we have to kind of remember that too.
And just from a board perspective, we have and will continue to take action on providers that harm patients with ortho.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Clemens, Dr. Jackie Clemens with TDA.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, Dr. Burke and members of the Dental Practice Committee. I'm Dr. Jackie Clemens. I'm a periodontist from Dallas, and I'm here today on behalf of the Texas Dental Association. The TDA respectfully opposes the proposed amendment to Rule 108.7 that would remove the minimum annual requirement to obtain and review the medical history and perform a limited physical evaluation of patients. During the 87th legislative session, TDA supported teledentistry legislation, House Bill 2056, by Representative Stephanie Click and Senator Charles Perry. This important bill, signed into law by Governor Abbott, maintains that single standard of dental care. Teledentistry services are held to the same standards and guidelines as exist for in-person dental services. Standards matter in healthcare, and standards are necessary to protect patients. For many years, the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners has established and enforced a minimum standard of care for all dentists practicing in Texas as it relates to medical history and limited physical evaluation. Reasonable and prudent dentists have followed this standard of care requirements to obtain and review a medical history and perform a limited physical examination at least annually or more frequently as the circumstances exist. This rule gives clear and concise and consistent understanding of the State Board of Dental Examiners' minimum standard of care in Texas and reinforces the Dental Board's mission to, as you said earlier, to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care. TDA affirms this important minimum standard in dentistry as part of its commitment to patient safety and protection. Continuing to require that all Texas dentists obtain a patient's medical history and perform a limited physical evaluation at least once a year ensures that patients are properly evaluated and diagnosed. TDA opposes efforts to eliminate or weaken the standards that exist to protect patients and ensure safe, high-quality dental care. TDA urges the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners to retain this minimal annual requirement. So thank you for allowing me to express TDA's concerns, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Dr. Henderson?
Dr. Clemens, thank you for coming. It's good to see you here.
Thank you.
Your comments, are they submitted already? Thank you. Just wanted to make sure, thought that
yes,
was the same, but I just wanted to make sure that they were submitted. We had them. Thank you. But nice comment.
Thank you. One thing I just wanted to mention, and something that I have learned being one of the newer board members, and something that I've learned while serving, is how important it is that everybody understand that when we choose to, let's say, see a perio patient or see an endo patient as a general dentist, let's say, we're held to the same standards as a specialist. And I think it's important for everybody listening, especially our stakeholders listening in, that the board knows that, looks at that, is strict about that, and enforces that. And so we don't want anyone to think that we are ever going to not live up to that and enforcing that with our stakeholders and our and our dentists in Texas, and whether it be hygienists, dental assistants, everyone. So that was something new that I learned serving on the board, that even though you say you're a general dentist, if you're choosing to treat children, you need to see that child at the level that a pedodontist would typically perform work or services for that patient. And so we are well aware of that, and that's something that we adhere to, and hopefully that will help bring peace of mind to a lot of not only our citizens, but also our stakeholders in Texas. But I appreciate you being here. I know you traveled a long way to be here. Dr. Yu?
Your comments as a fellow periodontist, I can appreciate it. And, you know, I know that, I know the position that a lot of stakeholders have, and understandably, you know, because we are about protecting the public. And I think, you know, I think the bottom line, if you look at it, and I know you guys know this, that the legislative intent of teledentistry was to do teledentistry, not to see the patient in person prior to teledentistry. And so, you know, and the thing that this teledentistry bill allows is, you know, being able to treat underserved areas like, you know, the Texas Conservative Coalition, you know, mentioned, you know, children with special needs, handicapped, paralyzed, as the United Spinal Association mentioned. I mean, you know, this is good for Texas, and, you know, to have in-person requirement is actually detrimental to the purpose of teledentistry. I understand that, and so that's my 2 cents worth on this.
Yeah, and I appreciate those comments, and I think we do have in common goals, the safety of patients and all of that. I think it's you know, how do we get there, and in what ways are we able to develop rules that will allow for that? And the goals are the same, and so I appreciate your efforts to get this worked out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nope. Anyone else? Oh, we have a virtual. Okay, we have 2 virtual. Okay, let's do, is it Dr. Morgan?
Yes.
Let's do him or her first, because it's probably about teledentistry, and Dr. Vogel, we know, wants to speak about Botox.
Okay, so
Yes. Hi, Dr. Morgan.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
We can. The committee is ready for you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you guys so much for having us today. I really appreciate it. My name is Benjamin Morgan, and I'm a practicing pediatric dentist in Rockwall, Texas. And I'm here also representing the Texas Academy of Pediatric Dentistry as the president this year. And I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about and make a comment about changing Rule 108.7, the minimum standard of care. And just to give you guys a little bit of background about the Texas Academy of Pediatric Dentistry, we're a volunteer organization of pediatric dentists, and we represent probably you know, again, I'd like to stress that we're a volunteer group. And so we have some serious concerns about this. To give you a history, we've always been supportive of the use of teledentistry when it's used to complement dental care, but really never as a substitute for comprehensive oral evaluations. So during the 87th legislative session, you know, we initially opposed House Bill 205 or 2056, the teledentistry bill, because it did not require in-person examinations for children. And then as the events unfolded and discussion happened, we removed our opposition to the bill only because it was our understanding that teledentistry and dental services would be subject to the long-held and current standard of care, which very clearly requires an in-person evaluation. You know, furthermore, that bill states that the dental board cannot impose a stricter standard of care than an in-person setting. So we're deeply disappointed to learn that the proposed Rule 108.7 changes requiring a limited physical evaluation at the initial appointment and updated annually to simply reviewing a limited physical examination when a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or similar circumstances. You know, and given that the board is a regulatory agency whose mission is to help and protect the public's health and safety, we're disappointed that we're considering a change that will have catastrophic results on the oral and global health of children. The American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry and the American Academy of Pediatrics goes further than our current standard of care. They actually recommend that children are seen at 6 months and every 6 months afterwards for in-person dental visits. You know, and we really do think as providers and globally as a society, we have an obligation to really advocate for those who can't advocate themselves, just like children, right? And I want you guys to consider a few examples of the, you know, outcome of this rule change. So just looking at a comprehensive evaluation, there is no way that teledentistry can be a substitute for this in any way. You know, our ability to be really effective comes from the relationship we have with a family in person. The exam quality, the things that we notice when we sit knee to knee with a 2-year-old and we put the Explorer around a certain aspect of the gum tissue, when we see gingivitis and blood pour out, we see the decalcification in one other area, we absolutely know that this isn't being missed. If we talk to that parent and we realize that their situation has them very stressed at night and they're giving lots of sugar to try to get the child to go to bed, we can prevent, you know, carries by having these relationships with anticipatory guidance. It's very difficult to do on the, you know, via a medium. If we really want to get into the specifics of our discipline, I am getting cues all day on how this child will be successful in treatment. And our job is to intervene as minimally as possible with the greatest success rate for that child to like dental care and health care. So if one of my assistants brings a child back to take an x-ray, which again, we probably can't do in a teledental setting, or if we can, it won't be the same feedback. I know how that child, if they tell me they gagged when they put their head up, or they questioned for feeling, or they gave us some sort of interaction that leads me to believe, hey, this child won't be successful with nitrous. I need to use oral sedation, or I need to use a rubber dam isolation instead of something that affects his gag reflex. And I'm going to be successful treating this child and avoiding bringing this child to general anesthesia. If we take away these clues, we are going to have a massive overdiagnosis of these kids getting more severe care, going like progressing to the state where we have to bring them to general anesthetic because we're losing the middle ground where we can be successful. I promise you we'll see a lot more cavities as a result, because a common referral pattern to our office happens when providers don't take appropriate x-rays at age 3, 4, and 5. They come to our office at age 6 with a really large cavity, and we get to be the surprise person that tells them, by the way, these have been here for years. This is the first time we've taken bite wings, and there's 8 others. We are going to see a massive rise in cavities if there is no standard that holds people to doing these in-person things. And that will result in more general anesthetic and ultimately more cost for the state. I'm also very concerned about back to school visits. The state does require that we do, exams for kids to be healthy when they go back to school, and there's potential for them to miss lots of school because we won't be doing comprehensive exams. And on a very more somber point, but I feel like it needs to be mentioned, we're mandatory reporters of abuse in children. And one of the most common areas of abuse is the oral cavity. And it's horrible to think about, but that stuff will be missed on photographic exams. And we catch these things. Another unfortunate reality in what we do is we catch pediatric cancers. We see signs in gum tissue from time to time, and every pediatric dentist will tell you about the few they've caught. And it's, sombering to know that, and that's going to be missed. I mean, we're talking about real health obligations that we're bypassing here. And then there are some potential areas of abuse for the state. Child care centers, schools, places where lots of children can get seen.
Dr. Morgan, you cut out, your audio cut out. I think we lost him. Since we're getting close to 1 o'clock, can we go ahead and do Dr. Vogel? And then if Dr. Morgan's able to get back on, we'll let him finish his thoughts.
You did record it.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Vogel. The committee is ready to hear from you. Hi, Dr. Vogel.
It's the way for them to activate their audience. So.
Hi, Dr. Vogel.
Oh, good.
Okay. Well, since we can't hear, you want to go ahead and let Dr. Morgan finish his
Yes.
thoughts? Dr. Morgan, are you there? Oh.
Let them in. Nobody went down.
Hi, Dr. Morgan. Hi, Dr. Morgan. Are you back? It looks like his audio is on and he might be having internet trouble.
This might be- His phone disconnected, so it might be him
Okay.
having issues with this.
Hi, is Dr. Morgan? Did you join us by phone?
This is Dr. Vogel.
Oh, Dr. Vogel. Okay. Well, we had a speaker and he dropped, and so we went ahead and let you into the meeting room. Dr. Morgan, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry, Dr. Vogel. Can we let Dr. Morgan finish his comments to the committee?
Yeah, of course, no problem.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm so sorry about that. Thank goodness I had someone text me saying I dropped off. I was just talking to myself.
well, please go ahead and finish your comments to the committee. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not quite sure where I left off, but I guess what I'm trying to establish is that we get a lot of in-person value from treating children with our skill set that can't be, mimicked in another way. And this results in better outcomes for children, meaning less severe intervention. So we're not going to the hospital as much. We're not doing as much general. And if we lose that standard that keeps us held to that, we're going to have a lot more outcome and increased cavities because no one is requiring certain radiographs that we uphold at certain times. We're going to have kids miss a lot more school because the back to school visits, if they're done via televisit, are not going to be as comprehensive. And then I don't know if I said, the sadder points about child advocacy. We're mandatory reporters, so when we see signs of abuse, we have to say something, and those things will get missed. And abuse is very common in the oral cavity. The signs of oral petechia and bruising of dissimilar areas and lacerations is very common way for people to hide it. Moreover, parents can go from different teledental provider to teledental provider hiding it. And then, of course, unfortunately, we catch pediatric cancers in, by the way gum tissues look. We often are the first people to see leukemia and things like that. And no pediatric dentist wants to have that, but it's something we can't miss. So the state up to some profit-driven entities that are going to basically use lots and lots of easy, rapid visits, like limited exams, maybe bite wings, things like that, in places like Health Start centers, child care centers, schools, to rapidly build codes that won't be comprehensive in nature. And a culture of supervised neglect is possible with this kind of care model. I guess for these reasons, we really believe that removing the requirement for an annual evaluation will jeopardize the long-term health of a child and result in permanent damage to our youngest Texans. And so we respectfully ask that the State Board of Texas Dental Examiners try to maintain the minimum standard of care of an annual in-person visit for children. And if you are unwilling to do so, then we would like the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners to consider a new standard of care explicitly aimed at protecting the children of Texas. And I'm happy to, answer any questions you might have.
Dr. Maldonado has a question for you, Dr. Morgan.
And you may not know the answer. And I mean, so does anybody here know if HHS is going to only pay for certain codes that are in person as opposed to teledentistry? I mean, I wouldn't think that the standard should change just because of teledentistry as far as what we do in the office. Then you're not being a prudent dentist. So you can't just be using teledentistry to check a 6-month-old. That wouldn't be use of a prudent dentist, proper use of a license, or good for the patient.
Right. Dr. Henderson?
So, Dr. Morgan, thank you for your comments. And I agree, Dr. Maldonado, and Ben kind of said it himself. PEDO requires 6-month visits starting at 6 months in person. That's the standard of care.
Yeah.
They have their own in-office requirement. And if you're going to see children, that's the standard of care, whether we set that as a requirement, because that's what the society is. So good job, Ben. You hit it right on the head. Thank you for those comments.
I appreciate it. And I don't know about the HHC specifically doing that, but I'm concerned that removing the language certainly puts the onus on the board to look for people staying outside of it. And I don't see us as a society being able to police it well enough. So thank you guys for your time. I really appreciate y'all, and I'm happy to reach out and talk in any way I can, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Morgan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. All right, we have Dr. Vogel on the line, on the phone. Dr. Vogel, the committee is ready to hear from you.
Thank you. So my name is Dr. Jonathan Vogel. I'm a general dentist practicing in Dallas, Texas. I spoke to the whole board back in December. Now, first, my comments were going to be about Botox and dermal fillers, and I'll get to that. But since I sat through this whole meeting and listened to the past hour, 20 minutes of this discussion, I just wanted to make some comment on the standard of care and the teledentistry bill. Because as a general dentist, I've seen those patients that have done the do-it-yourself orthodontics, and I've seen some of the adverse effects of that without proper oversight or without proper care from a dentist. And there can be some really detrimental effects to that. And the general population doesn't understand those implications and doesn't understand when things are going wrong. So they don't even know when to seek care from a dentist in the midst of doing do-it-yourself orthodontics. So just a comment I wanted to make, having heard the entirety of this committee meeting. But going to my point of why I'm here today, I realized I probably spoke to the committee or to the board as a whole when I should have been speaking to this committee to begin with. And so I wanted to apologize for that back in December. And I also recognize that the impetus of this committee right now is focused on teledentistry, because you'll have that statutory limitation of finishing this by March. The great news on that, though, is that for y'all's next meeting, which looks like it's going to be in May, y'all won't have to hopefully be dealing with this. So maybe we can, my ask is going to be if we can just have a discussion about the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners policy on Botox and dermal fillers. And the reason I would like to bring that up is the original position statement, which was published in the Texas Registrar in 2010. The first line of that policy statement is the Texas Dental Practice Act does not specifically address this, does not address facial cosmetic surgery or treatment, but it does define the scope of practice of dentistry. And so therefore, everything subsequent to that is the interpretation of the board. And so the composition of the board as it is today is very different than the composition of the board as it was in 2010. And therefore, I think it would just be important for this committee to have that discussion allow us to have evidence-based discussions and expert witnesses, and then reevaluate this. And if y'all still stand by that policy statement, then I certainly understand that. But I would just like to have the opportunity to have that discussion. So my ask is that at the next board meeting or this specific committee meeting, that we add that to the agenda. And I am happy and welcome to accept any questions or comments.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Dr. Vogel. We appreciate
Thank
you.
y'all very much. I appreciate it.
Appreciate your time and thank you for waiting. Thank you. Okay.
Any other virtual comments? No.
Okay. So now we'll move on to announcements. Do we have any announcements? Okay, and hearing none, do I hear a motion to adjourn? Dr. Henderson, a second. Ms. Palermo, all in favor, show of hands or say aye.
Aye.
So our meeting is now adjourned and the time is 12:53. Guys.
Everyone
No, it's not
Good.
here. Just look at the
I'd like to call the February 17th, 2022 Disciplinary Review Committee meeting of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners to order. The time is now 1:09 p.m. I'd like to remind everyone, if you're listening on a secondary device, please mute that device. We'll use the speakers here. For those of you joining us virtually, please mute yourself and then unmute yourself and maybe raise your hand to let us know that you have a comment. Say your name before any verbal votes if we do any of that, and I will announce your name through the chair. I'll now read the mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients. I'd now like a roll call of board members. Ms. Nichols, you could do that for us, please.
Yes, sir. Dr. Robert Neal,
Present.
Dr. David Yu,
Present.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado. Here. Dr. Margot Melcher.
Present.
Ms. Marquita Pride.
Present.
Yes. You have a quorum. Thank you, everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Pride, virtually. Let's move on to item number 3. And I'm going to have Ms. Studer go ahead and lead a discussion for us there, please, on the status.
Yes, sir. So this rule was proposed at the last board meeting. It's now up for adoption. It's Rule 107.204 concerning the issuance of remedial plans to resolve the investigation of a complaint. The adopted amendment establishes when multiple remedial plans may be issued to a licensee and when a remedial plan may be removed from the board's public website. The board did receive one comment regarding adoption of this amendment. The Texas Academy of General Dentistry provided a written comment in support of adoption of the rule as proposed and provided that the rule is consistent with Senate Bill 1534.
Okay, and then as far as actions of our committee, I know we had looked at this bill, this rule correction, the last meeting. And from a committee standpoint, do we need to take action to vote on this again?
Yes, so the recommendation would be to adopt the rule.
Okay, do I have such a motion? Dr. Maldonado, second?
second.
Dr. Melcher. By show of hands, all in favor of the rule, say aye.
Aye.
And I don't see Ms. Pride there. Did
She voted. I
raise her
saw her.
hand?
Yep.
Perfect. Against, if any, none, that's unanimous out of committee. Thank you, board, for that. Any other comments on that?
I have a brief
Yes.
comment, if you don't mind. So once this rule is, if it's adopted by the full board tomorrow, then once the rule goes into effect, which I believe there's a 20-day cooling off period, we'll call it. Once it is a rule that we can utilize, board staff will begin putting a process in place so that licensees can start requesting to have their remedial plans.
Gotcha. And once again, that was the issue. The trigger is a formal request has to be made at the 5-year mark.
Yes. And we'll put together that information and we'll make sure it's on our website and easy to use and so forth.
Gotcha. Okay, terrific. Let's move on to item number 4, the use of the dental review panel. And once again, I'm going to call on Ms. Stewart to lead a discussion.
So this agenda item was placed on the agenda so we could just have a general discussion about this rule and our dental review panel. One of the eligibility requirements that I'd like to highlight is subsection C5 of this rule, which requires a DRP member to have knowledge of accepted standards of dental care for the diagnosis and treatment related to the alleged violation. And this rule is kind of similar to our rule 107.108, which requires staff to assign DRP members who practice in the same or similar specialty as the respondent identified in the complaint. So for example, if the respondent is an OMS specialist, staff will assign OMS DRP members to review the case. And I can open it up to further discussion.
Yes, Dr. Melcher.
So had that not been being done so much in the past or not as much or?
I think that there was just some confusion out there about what types of DRP members we assign to our enforcement cases to review our enforcement cases. So I just wanted to make it clear, like for my example, if the respondent is an OMS, we're required to have an OMS DRP reviewer review the case.
Yes. We have always, to answer your question, to tack on to what Lauren said, we have been doing that, but there was some miscommunication or misinformation put out there that the board was using non-specialty reviewers in specialty situations. And we just want to reiterate that that's not the case. We are following this rule.
Now, a question for clarification, if it is an OMS respondent, for instance, do all 2 or 3 reviewers have to be a OMS, or was it my understanding that as long as 1 practitioner was of that specialty?
I believe it's all 2 or 3, but we have Dr. Bell, I believe, here.
And once again, part of that process is you have the primary DRP member and then the secondary, and if there's not agreement, then of course it goes to a 3rd reviewer. Does Dr. Bell want to make a comment there? Dr. Bell?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to provide a little bit of additional information. What we do is a minimum of 1 reviewer needs to be trained similarly. However, if it's a procedure that, for example, you're a maxillofacial surgeon, if it's like a Lafort 1 or something, we wouldn't assign a general dentist as a 2nd reviewer. That would be 2 OMS reviewers. So if it's a procedure that general dentists just are not trained to do. Now, if it's extraction of number 32, then yes, we would probably have 1 OMS and 1 GP that did 3rd molar extractions, because we do poll them and find out what they do and what they're comfortable doing as GPs, or all the specialties really.
Okay, terrific. Yes, Dr. Melcher.
So this leads me to wonder, do we also do this for other specialties such as like pediatric dentistry? Is there 1 pediatric dentist on there? Endodontics, do we have an endodontist on the DRP? Are we doing that across the board?
Dr. Bell, could you hear that question?
I could hear it, yes, sir. And yes, we absolutely do. That is not specific to oral and maxillofacial surgeons. That's specific to all the reviewers across, all the cases across the board, including hygiene cases. We would have 1 hygienist and potentially 1 general dentist, maybe a periodontist, just depending on the case.
And I think is part of this sort of a workflow management issue where sometimes if you don't have enough reviewers, is that what makes you from a internal management standpoint reach out to other different provider types? Or do you, like, for instance, let's say for a periodontist is the respondent, it's a perio case. Do you try to go with 2 periodontists to review the case, or is that not something that enters into your mind, Dr. Bell?
It does enter into our mind. When possible, we like to provide balance, knowing that it could go to a 3rd reviewer if possible. If necessary, if those, so we, like I said, if it's a specialized procedure that only 1 type of specialist is trained to do, we would absolutely have 2. If we had 20 of every specialty, we would probably most often send cases to the same specialty. But I think it's nice to provide balance, both when you have a general dentist, perhaps extracting 3rds, it's nice to get the balance of an OMS or a periodontist. And it's also nice if you have a simple procedure that an OMS does, to get that balance of a GP who's also comfortable doing that simple procedure.
Okay, terrific. Any further questions or comments either for Dr. Bell or just on the DRP process itself? Dr. Yu.
Dr. Bell, I know that, in part of the intake to become a DRP, they have to kind of specify their field of expertise. How much do you take that into account?
We absolutely take that into account. My assistant Jacob manages all the case assignments because I don't think it would be proper for me to be involved in that. He's not a dentist, so he collects this information from all the reviewers. And then based on geographic location, we're prohibited from assigning a case to someone that could be a competitor. Then they also have an opportunity to acknowledge any conflicts of interest as well. But we absolutely, I try, I think it's a semi-random assignment, if you will, based on that skill set, which we recently revamped, based on some feedback. So.
In dealing specifically with DRP, are you still sort of under, are you missing some specialties, or do you need additional support in various areas, either specialties or GPs or hygiene?
We've always been very low in prosthodontists, but we also don't have a ton of cases that we have to have one prosthodontist in. So we could always use those. I think we've had a flood of oral maxillofacial surgeons apply as of late. So we're looking pretty good with that. We could always use some periodontists, some pediatric dentists. I mean, I would say there's enough of a rotation where folks will serve for a while and become busy or take on other responsibilities that, we could almost always use those folks, as well as GPs who are level 3 certified for anesthesia.
Terrific. Okay, see no further questions or comments. Let's move on to item number 5. Item number 5, let's talk about remediation programs and disciplinary proceedings. Mr. Once again, let's go ahead and have a discussion
I'll
here.
start it off. I just wanted to provide some background. There are some instances where an ISC panel will require a respondent to complete a remediation program as part of the requirements of this board order. So a topic that has recently come up during our ISCs is whether we need to propose a rule on remediation programs in our disciplinary or enforcement proceedings. We currently don't have a specific rule pertaining to this topic, but we do have our licensing rule pertaining to remediation, specifically Rule 101.2D, which requires an applicant to complete a CODA accredited remediation program and requires the applicant to find the program and obtain board approval before registering. If the committee would like to propose a rule on this agenda item, I suggest having similar requirements as our licensing rule. For example, the remediation program must be accredited, CODA accredited, to ensure proper vetting, and the respondent must find the program and obtain approval from the ISC panel before registering. Another option would be, if the committee doesn't want to propose a rule, we can update our ISC process to include steps that the respondent must make prior to completing a remediation program. For example, the respondent must find the program and obtain approval from the ISC panel before registering.
Gotcha. So a little bit of background on this. I believe it was our last disciplinary review committee meeting that we had. Promethean, I think, came and gave a presentation. And that's one type of remediation program. I believe we're probably going to have another such group present to us at our next meeting of this committee. So remediation programs are evolving, and the backstory is at a fairly recent ISC, we thought it would be appropriate to propose a remediation program for a respondent. And it was a little bit difficult to figure out how that pathway was going to be allowed to happen. And what I hear Ms. Studert saying is, okay, we've got a process in place from a licensing perspective. When you raise the issue of are they CODA approved, I'm not so sure many of these programs would actually be CODA approved. Like Promethean, for instance, I don't think it's going to be CODA approved. The one that's going to present to us next time, probably not CODA approved, just because that process is a little bit different. And I know Dr. Plemons probably has input on that too. And if I'm saying anything that's incorrect, feel free to come up and correct us there. But so that may not be a great option. I think, from my standpoint, when we're at an ISC, we want to sort of have maximum flexibility to look at all the options that are out there and say, what do we think is appropriate, or what are we going to put out there to say, okay, here's a or you go find a remediation program. And I think from a legal perspective, that may be the push, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you guys are just kind of saying, hey, if you recommend we want you to do a remediation program with certain parameters, you find it, get approval. And you mentioned approval from the ISC, it wouldn't really have to be us. It would just be approval of legal, correct? Like if we say a remediation program of up to 10 hours on endodontic procedures.
The way it works now is our compliance officer is the one who approves all the CE courses, takes the fine amounts, all of that. I think if you wanted staff to approve, to put some specific language in the order to give us some guidance on what to look for when we receive remediation program from the respondent. Does that make sense?
And Ms. Camp?
I think it makes more sense actually for you all as the ISC panel's practitioners to be making that call, because a remediation is a step above a normal ISC, in which we say, okay, you are deficient in endo, please go find 6 hours of CE and endo, it's up to you. Here we're saying, no, you're consistently deficient and we think we're going to continue to see you back here, so we want you to get some more training. And I think while our compliance officer does a great job of approving CEs and those other things for the appropriate areas, you all are in a much better position to know exactly. Yeah, and it's as easy as having the compliance officer, staff attorney reach out to you all by an email and have it looked at. So.
Ms. Nichols, comment on that?
Yes, from a historic perspective, when I was a staff attorney, we always, you don't see remediation being ordered very often in ISCs, but when we did, we would give the respondent the opportunity to pick their own, but we followed the licensing standard and said it had to be CODA accredited through a school. And then they would go out and find the program based on whatever their deficiency was, and then bring it back and say, hey, I found this one, is this okay? Yes, it's okay. And that's how we did it, but that was a different board, that was a different time. The other point I wanted to bring up was that I think having flexibility in an ISC and a disciplinary proceeding is better, because really what the panel and ultimately the board and the respondent and hopefully their attorney are doing is contracting. Yet, you're in a contract, you can almost agree to anything. So if they will agree that they should also attend this remediation program, and then the board says, yes, it's a contract between the two of you. And I think that allows for more flexibility than saying, you have to do this one, it has to be on this Tuesday, because maybe they can't afford that one.
So maximum flexibility can often be advisable.
Yes.
To mention your point, I don't think we're going to get to the point of having CODA approval for maximum flexibility. When we talk about remediation programs, to the point that was mentioned previously, this isn't a sort of a one-time sort of challenge. This is, as Ms. Camp talked about, multiple similar problems, and that's what kicks it up to a remediation type of program. And we're a little bit all over the place with some of the mechanisms that potentially could move us forward to a good direction here. Does it seem as though we need a rule? Is this something that we think just internally, as far as our ISC process, that we just need to, we tried to do a test case at an ISC and it didn't work. Do we have mechanisms in place from a legal perspective that you think this could work? Do we feel better about that versus do we have to change something?
I personally, I don't think it requires a rule change. I think I think option number 2 that I stated, just to update our processes to include what a respondent has to go through to take a remediation course at an ISC would be sufficient.
Yes.
And the one thing we do want to look out for is consistency too. I mean, I know it doesn't happen very often where we see people who the panel and board believes need to be remediated in their practice. But if you tell Dr. Smith that they should do this type of remediation course, and of course, obviously it's based on the circumstances, but we also want to be careful that we're consistent.
Yes, Cam.
What was my thought? I lost my train of thought. One thing I would say is I don't know, haven't done a lot of remediations out of ISCs in the past several years. It may be a good idea. And I don't know how familiar you all are with remediations outside of the specific licensing, where we see them and we approve remediations at our board meetings. Probably be a good idea to do some information gathering just to understand what does a remediation program typically look like, CODA accredited or one of these other private entities, to see kind of what the baseline is so that we can make that determination to be able to apply that across the board. Does it make sense for us to give them that leeway? Can they find that what we're looking for in several different areas, if that makes sense?
Gotcha. And I think that does make sense. And perhaps, we know the plan is to have one of the remediation programs present to us next meeting. Perhaps we have this on the agenda for next meeting as well to talk about remediation programs in general. Dr. Melcher.
So I'm going to just comment from an academic standpoint. So I think when we have CODA approved programs, remedial programs through a dental institution, in my opinion, I think they're very good. We don't have to worry about what's being taught as to where when we have other outside entities that are wanting to have approval to do these courses, unless they've really been vetted well, then I would say that would be my suggestion. But are they going to be vetted well? And if so, what does that vetting consist of? So I think there's a couple of layers to that type of a remedial program. So I tend to be more focused with just an academic approved type.
As an academician, do you have a bias towards, I guess?
My school.
So what I would ask you to do then, Dr. Melcher, when we have our next meeting, maybe if you could provide us with some information of any programs remedial that your institution would offer, just so we have a little bit of information as an example.
Do we already have a list of some at this point?
Probably. I'll look.
Ms. Kemp?
I think what we're specifically looking at here, and I don't know if there's a difference, is something that we definitely want to gather information on, is a remedial program for an already licensed practitioner.
Right.
If that looks different versus
And it
60
might,
hour, 80 hours.
versus what we dealt with.
Exactly. Exactly. Are they shorter? Are they more concentrated?
And it's probably going to be operative or fixed or endodontics.
Anecdotally, when I was a staff attorney, we had a respondent come in who, it was an endo situation, and the only CODA accredited program who would accept this person into their was in Colorado. It was going to be really cost prohibitive. They did it, but I remember being a staff attorney and thinking, man, we're really putting this person through the ringer.
And it is costly. And once again, this is not something we would use at the drop of a hat. This is, okay, you've had the exact same issue 3 times in a row here. CE is not cutting it. We need hands-on remediation if they're going to move forward with that. Dr. Yu.
So just information wise, most remedial programs, let's say through Houston, let's say, do they customize it for what the board order is, or?
And that's what I think we just need to find out, that sort of information. Once again, we have, as Ms. Camp mentioned, there's the 60 hour, the 80 hour. If you're failing a component of one of the clinical licensing exams ×3 or ×4, then it's going to change. But so let's collect some information to the point of consistency. That's certainly what we want to do. The disciplinary matrix was a big part of that. And I know we've talked about it before, but I would continue to push legal when you're at ISCs. I think most of us from a board member perspective, and correct me if I'm wrong, we really want you guys to have some input and to give us some goalposts of this is kind of what has been done. And since it is we're not used to dealing with these types of programs. And so once again, I would push you all to help us with that, of just bringing that up as an option. Yes, Dr. Melcher.
And as follow-up, I think where I was just going is, I guess I'm sort of envisioning it like with our human trafficking course, that we are approved ones through the HHSC site. So maybe is there a TSBDE approved type of, courses that, I don't know, just throwing it out there.
I think similarly to how HHSC has the setup on, I think CODA's website has the list of, I think, don't hold me to that, but we'll for sure look into that.
And it just sounds that we just need to get more information on this.
Yeah, for sure.
Would be the way to go.
And I was gonna say, I guess I just see where a person is before an ISC and this is, hey, you need to do a remedial program and endodontics. We can provide you this list of, resources,
Yeah.
select from, something like that.
I do think that would be nice.
All right. Any further comments on that item dealing with the remediation programs? Okay, seeing none. Let's move on to public comments. I do not believe we have public comments. Is that a correct statement?
None in person and none virtually.
Okay. Item number 7, announcements. Are there any announcements from committee members or board staff? Okay, seeing none, and I have none. Do I have a motion to adjourn? So move. Dr. Maldonado, do I have a second? Dr. Melcher. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None.
Time.
Time is 1:36 p.m.
Thank you.